Blit. Hello. Oh, uh, wouldn't it be nice if I had everything ready when I'm supposed to? Get my water bottle. Yep. Two water bottles. Two water bottles because they're not, none of them are full. I went down an interesting path this morning, watching some YouTube videos, and one of them, I started to watch one that was shared in Discord, and I was like, this might be interesting to, I guess, react to, because it makes me wonder how much do I understand of neurodivergent brains versus neurotypical brains. I assume that I have a neurodivergent brain because when I look at a list of things that are classified as ADD or ADHD, I'm like, oh, I relate to a lot of it. Not all of it, but a lot. Your browser crashed, red. When the stream started in the background, that's wild. On YouTube, huh? I've noticed my browser crashing sometimes on Twitch, or like the Twitch player, I guess, kind of crashing on me sometimes. I'm trying to think if it's ever happened to me on YouTube. I'm not sure. Not sure at all. Element, what's up? Red, how are you doing? Happy Friday. I'm not gonna be streaming for long. This video is an hour long. This video is 40 minutes long. And knowing myself, I can easily stretch that into like 3 to 4 hours. With the way my brain works, it's actually quite annoying. It's great if I need to waste time, but my gosh, is it ever a struggle. So we're gonna see if we can get through this video in less than 2 hours. That is the goal, because we got stuff to do today. I'm wondering if anyone's surprised that I'm streaming on a Friday. Typically, I do not have access to my PC on Fridays, but my sister took today off, probably for multiple reasons, but one being that one of her daughters is graduating today. And yeah, we'll be going there. So she canceled work, so she's not at my house and she's not using my computer right now, so it's like pretty great. Like, this is pretty awesome. I can't remember the last time I've been on my computer on a Friday during the day. So hello, it's nice to see you guys. We can switch scenes. Let's see, what scene should I switch to? Maybe, I think this shows my screen. It does. So let me turn that off for a second. Turn it off for a bit. Hello. Mimi, have you ever tried hallucinogens? Not advice, just a question. It didn't help me understand others, but it helped me understand myself. I guess technically. Technically, yes. I mean, weed is considered a hallucinogenic, right? I haven't tried anything else other than alcohol, and I don't think that's a hallucinogenic. I don't really think I saw stuff with it, you know what I mean? I didn't see anything with it. However, it does enhance what mind state I'm already in. And sometimes I do feel like I'm thinking deeper about something. So like if I'm watching a film, I might understand a different sort of context if I'm high. But I don't know if weed is considered a hallucinogenic. you know? Is it? Like, I haven't done any sort of like shrooms or ayahuasca type of stuff. I'm assuming that's where you're getting at. I've never done that. I don't know that I could handle it. Element says, I overslept again. Meditation is over. I missed it too. Yeah. I don't know when I woke up. But by the time I looked over, everyone who was in the voice chat was like deafened and muted. So I was like, I think I missed it. So that's all our fault. Listen, chat, listen. Yesterday, I don't even understand the concept of time. Yesterday, we played the shit out of Humanity. I don't know if you call it Humanities, whatever you call it. I call it Humanity. We played for, I don't even know how long we played for. And I swear for like the last 2 hours, I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm going to sleep. It's late. And I'm why am I still here? I'm pretty sure Element and Abel can quote me on this. I kept saying, why am I still here? I need to be gone. I need to sleep. I have shit to do. Why did you do this to me? Basically, was me yesterday. I didn't eat. I forgot to eat. I don't even think I ate. I know that I had breakfast yesterday. I don't think I had lunch or dinner until like stupid o'clock with these guys in VC, and I was like, I should probably go eat something. Yeah, that game took my life away. It took my time away, my concept of time. And it, I think, ties in beautifully with this whole concept of like, you know, being neurotypical. Like, my concept of time, my memory, the way my brain works is just different. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to hear from these two people. So I don't remember their names, but there's some channel. Again, this is not a channel that I've ever watched before, but somebody in the Discord had linked to it like days ago. And I'm just now getting around to watching it. So I was like, let's watch it together. It was awesome is why. It was great. We had a good damn time. So... and I'm 100% signing up for it again. No video needed. You forgot to eat for a day. Your brain has spice. Yeah. What are we watching? So, I'm assuming this is a podcast of some kind. And it says episode of Late Bloomers. So I guess it's called Late Bloomers. So maybe people who are diagnosed neurodivergent later in life, possibly. And so this episode is called Unlearning Normal, 10 Rules That Punish ADHD and Autistic Brains. So that's what we'll be watching. It's a podcast, yeah. So that's what we'll be watching and reacting to. I'm going to try to get through it in a reasonable amount of time. I apologize in advance. You know me, I am a yapper, queen of yapping. But stick with me. I think we're gonna learn something interesting today. I'm gonna set a timer for 50 minutes. And I better be halfway by then. All right, let's see. Which screen should we go on? I've got... no, this is not the one. This is not the one. I've got this one. If you want to have like a true experience watching it on the television, we could watch it like this. Or if you want a bigger, we could do it like this. You know. Or what else do I have? Where did I just take y'all? I took you here and here. And then here, maybe? Where we were just now. Here? This? Yeah. Something like this. I could stretch it out or something. I don't know. What are we thinking? This might be too small, but at the same time, I also... it's cool. I want to watch TV with you guys. All right. So let's see if you guys can hear. You cannot, so I've got to this here. Rewind this. And let's get started, shall we? 42 minutes and 24 seconds long is what they say. All right, let's go.
If you are ADHD or autistic, growing up in a neurotypical world has probably done a lot of damage. In this episode, we are going to talk about how important it is to unlearn normal so that you can find your own way to do things.
I need to pause. Her vocals are in my ears. Like, I don't have, no, that probably is just like, well, duh, it's in everybody's ears. But like, there's so much bass to the mic here that it almost feels like, I don't know, maybe an ASMR experience. I have the opposite of ASMR, so I don't typically like repetitive sounds and whatnot, but her mic, it sounds like it's really close and like deep, kind of. I don't know how to describe it, just bassy. And I'm like, damn, like I feel it around me, in me. Well, she's inside of me, y'all. I'm gonna put my captions a little bit bigger just in case people can't hear or understand what is being said. How do we change the size of it? Is it this? Options, font size, let's do 75. Should we do 100? Is that too big? No, that's fine. You will never understand our brains. Well, I believe that I am also neurotypical. So I believe this is a couple, and I think the woman is ADHD, and I think the husband, the man, is on the autism spectrum. And so I guess it's like their relationship and how they've worked through stuff and whatnot. There's another channel that I watch that is also a couple who has ADHD and autism. What's the name? I don't remember the damn name. But she calls everyone Brains. Hello, Brains. And she's like very animated, a lot more so than this woman. Let me see. Oh, fuck. What is it? Let's just look up ADHD and I'm sure it'll show up. Yeah, look at that. There we go. How to ADHD. This is a channel that I subscribe to. I don't watch everything, but there was a time when I was like, oh yeah, I like the way she explains a lot of stuff. It makes sense to me, and she keeps it engaging and entertaining. So highly recommend How to ADHD.
Yeah.
And the
All
jobs.
right, let's go back and we're going to start over again.
If you are ADHD or autistic, growing up in a neurotypical world has probably
was never
done
meant
a
to
lot
understand
of
itself,
damage.
Red.
In this episode, we are going to talk about how important it is to unlearn normal so that you can find your own way to do
Unlearn
things.
normal.
Welcome to Late Bloomers, where we are getting our lives together.
Eventually. Brought to you by our amazing sponsor, Loop.
That's cute. Late bloomers, where we're getting our lives together eventually. That's funny. Okay, I'm assuming that literally is them. We're like, he's autistic, so most likely likes order and plans and stuff. So we're getting our lives together, and she's ADHD, so she literally paused and was like, eventually, because ADHD. I love that. That's fucking awesome.
Earplugs.
I don't know
You
if that
ready to
was
talk about
meant
the damage
to be,
that's
but
been
I think
done?
it was.
Yeah, and like what the normal social.
Can we peep how they're sitting? Homeboy is, I don't think you can say in style anymore. He's sitting with his legs crossed in the chair. Homegirl, her legs are also crossed, but it's a different kind of cross. How do you explain this? Never mind.
rules.
I love that the autistic one goes to the social rules.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it would be fun if we do 10.
Yeah.
You'll like this system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it already, to be honest.
We'll do 10. I'll do 5. You'll do 5.
Yep.
But we'll
Pretzel,
do one each. So we're going to
yes.
go
Thank you,
ADHD,
Element.
autism,
Thank
ADHD, autism.
Just flicking between the neurotypes.
That's it.
I love it. Let's do it.
Flicking the
Do you want to go
neurobeans.
first?
Yes. So we're going to talk about the 10 rules that have messed us all up the most and possibly
10
could
rules
be
that have
messing
messed
up
us
our
up.
beautiful listeners.
Can you guys hear me? Like, how are the levels of the video versus me? I want you to hear me over the video, but I still want you to be able to hear what's happening in the video as well. So we're testing. We're testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. We're about to listen to rules. It says rules that punish ADHD. So I'm assuming it's like things to live by that are more realistic for neurotypical people, I guess. Let's see. I'm louder than the video and you can hear the video. Perfect. Thank you, Squishy. All right, go.
Rule number 1 is that discipline is what gets things done.
Discipline is what gets
This is
things
obviously an ADHD.
Yeah.
Because you probably agree with it.
You literally said it and I was like, well, yeah, obviously.
Okay, so this isn't even a neurotypical view. It's a non-ADHD rule. And here is the problem with that. Discipline isn't an amazing motivator for people with ADHD.
I agree. I wonder if I should like react to the rule before I hear what they say and then see if we're on the same page. Like my initial reaction when they say discipline is what gets things done, that's so challenging for someone with ADHD because we get things done, but not because of discipline. Like, or we don't get things done. And it doesn't mean, well, I mean, I don't know the definition of discipline. I'm assuming it's doing the same shit over and over again without, I don't know, complaining or without, like if you're in the military or something, you probably have to wake up at the same time every morning and you have a routine and you follow that routine and just, I don't know, let's look up the damn definition of discipline because define discipline. Fuck, I spelt it wrong. Okay, no, they got it. Okay, they knew what I meant. I said disciplice, and then they're like, disciplice is not a word in English. It's almost certainly a misspelling of these two common words, discipline or disciple. Anyway, discipline, most likely what you meant, yes, thank you, is a noun, the practice of training people to obey rules or a code of behavior using punishment to correct disobedience. It also refers to self-control, orderly behavior, and mental toughness. And that part. So I feel like maybe I lack that mental toughness, maybe. Like I definitely don't think I have proper discipline because I don't know, I just don't. I just don't. It's very difficult to do something. And it's like I could want to do something and still not be able to do it. And I can't explain why that happens. So when someone says discipline is what gets things done, it almost seems like an insult to someone who doesn't have that discipline. So for me, it's like it's just like when they say people with ADHD can't focus on something. Sure, there are times when we can't focus, but there's also times where we have the opposite and it becomes a superpower where we can hyper focus on something. And literally, I hyper focused on humanity last night, where I forgot that I was human. I forgot that I needed sustenance, that I needed to eat, drink, get up and stretch, go pee. Like, this is why sometimes when we have streams, we take breaks and we remind people, hey, you need to take care of your body, right? Don't sit in the same spot for 8 hours and all this, you know what I mean? So I have moments where I can hyper focus. The problem is that I can't plan it. I can't make it happen usually. It just happens. And sometimes I can't even choose what I hyper focus on. And so it's almost like a blessing and a curse, right? Like I can get a shit ton done last minute. That was a tongue twister. Shit ton done. I can get a shit ton done, but a lot of times it's very last minute. It's very like, you know, I don't know, like you're cramming for an exam or something. Like a lot of people will wait till the last minute and cram. And so I'm a great test taker, but as soon as the test is finished, all that information is gone. Like I crammed it, I studied it, I remembered it for a short amount of time, just enough to take the test, and then it's gone. So like, is that great? No. Is that discipline? No. But does it still get shit done? Yes. I can still get shit done. And in fact, there's a saying, something like, um, I don't know if they use the word lazy. What's up, Eric, by the way? I don't know if they use the word lazy, but there's the people who I guess don't have that discipline. A lot of times they can find the most efficient way to get something done. And so I can't remember if they use the word lazy or not. And that's a word that I don't like because I hear that a lot as someone with ADHD who grew up with it before I was, you know, not, I still haven't been officially diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure it's obvious I have it. And before that, I heard a lot of I'm lazy or like these types of words that don't feel good. Yes, a procrastinator. People who procrastinate, who wait to the last minute, a lot of times they will find the most efficient way to get something done right at the very end. You know what I mean? So sometimes like it's actually a superpower. But anyway, I'm straying from the point. Let's go because, you know, 42 minutes. So let's see what they have to say about number 1, which they said discipline. What is this? Discipline is what gets things done. All right.
Were often disciplined at school or at home and continued to make the same mistakes because those mistakes are actually part of our wiring, our makeup. What encourages
Built
people with
differently.
ADHD, as we know, is interest, urgency, novelty. So
Yes, I agree. Red says my best essays in school are written the day they were due. Yes. Listen, some people can do it and some people can't, you know? Obviously, ideally, if I had a project, I had 10 days to do it. Ideally, I would start on day 1, you know? Sometimes I do. I start on day 1 and then day 2 happens and I ran into some sort of snag, and then day 3 passes, day 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm like, dang, I really should get started. And on 9, I'm definitely like, I should absolutely get started. And then by day 10, I'm, of course, obviously, I've gotten started, and then I get it done. And sometimes it's half-assed, but it gets done. That's the trauma that they're talking about. Neurotypical people consider you not doing something as a choice you made. No, absolutely not.
it's someone looking
I mean, sometimes, but typically, usually, it's not like it's not on purpose.
at me and saying she's undisciplined, she's never gonna achieve anything.
What, just so I'm really clear, what do you mean when you say like discipline? Like, what is it?
That's so funny. I'm like,
be
what is
easy for me to
discipline? Yeah.
understand?
So trying to clean my teeth every day.
Right. Like, like routine, structure, discipline, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, or staying in
I
the
love how he said, what's discipline? Oh, like routine, structure, discipline? Yeah, discipline is like discipline. Yes, yes. That's funny though. But I think, I don't know if he was genuinely asking to explain it for him to understand or to explain it for the viewers and watchers to understand.
same job, getting up at the same time every day, putting in the same hours every day,
Yes, right.
going to the gym every day and doing the same thing. Like a sort of, it actually sounds like a dream for you. Structured routine every day doing the same thing. And that gets called discipline. Whereas someone that kind of comes in and out, has these huge bursts of energy and then drifts off, that isn't called discipline.
Hyperfocus.
That's looked at as a lack of willpower or laziness. But actually, you can achieve loads the wonky way.
I was just
Wonky
about to
way. I've
say
never heard of it like
I've
that.
heard you refer to it in the past as like wonky discipline. Like you can do 3 days worth of work in a day, but then need to lie down for a day.
So writing a
Yeah,
book,
exactly. Like like taking a crash course. Is that what they call it? Yeah. We're on the same page. Yeah. I feel like someone, and I don't want to put everyone in the same box because I'm sure we're not all the same. It's a spectrum, right? But for me, boring tasks are particularly brutal. Like I can do it once because I feel like my problem is I need a challenge or I enjoy something being challenging. So from very young, I was, I guess, considered gifted, and there are different terms. So like before my time, I think gifted was a term where they used for people who were um uh I don't know. I'm trying to be politically correct here, and I don't know words and terms. But people who were, I guess, mentally stunted used to be called gifted. But they also had a gifted program for people who I guess, I don't know, were higher on the spectrum of intelligence or some shit. I don't fucking know how to describe it. But I remember going to a room when I was really young and they made me do like little tests, and they were like visual and physical tests. I didn't understand it, but they would tell me how to do one thing, and just based on how I did it, that's how they would determine, I guess, how my brain worked or whatever. And they ended up putting me in gifted program, which essentially was like skipping a grade without skipping a grade. So when I was in, let's see, when I was in maybe third grade, something like that, I was learning things that, no, maybe, yeah, actually, you know what? Whatever. I was in elementary school. So some year in elementary school, I was learning things that I didn't see again until high school. Like I didn't realize, that that's what was happening, obviously, but I was taking accelerated classes. So I was learning, like, let's say pre-algebra, for example, in elementary school, when typically people are not learning pre-algebra till maybe 8th grade in middle school or 9th grade in high school, And I was learning it in like 3rd, 4th, 5th. So that type of shit. So that's what I was doing, where we were doing, but because of that, like they would take me out of my homeroom and then put me in the gifted program. But in homeroom, we were still learning things too. And because I was taken out, I didn't learn some basic stuff like learning how to write in cursive. So, but in the gifted program, we did calligraphy. So it's so bizarre and weird and strange, but yeah. Anyway, I totally strayed.
is a classic example.
Hey, Zaid, welcome.
The outside world would look in, if you need to write a book, and actually a lot of writing advice, wake up every morning and write 250 words, and then you'll have written a book. Awesome. I love that for you, and I'm really glad.
What about writer's block? Like, there's no way. Is that, wait, okay, for a neurotypical person, if you are writing a book, could you actually do that, like, write 250, whatever she said, like write a certain amount of time or a certain amount of words a day for your book and it makes sense, like, and it works for you? Is that a thing? Because like I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I would get writer's block if I sat down to specifically focus on and do something. Like it's not going to come to me as if I were just going about my day, going for a walk, and then something comes to me. Like I'm thinking like a songwriter. Sometimes it just comes to you, and then you have to like hyper focus and get it all out. Spit everything out in your diary, vomit all of the words to your song, and the same thing with writing a book. But maybe that's not normal. I don't know. That's very
that
interesting.
works for you. What works for me is ignore it for a few weeks, knowing
Same
that I have
squishy.
to do it, ignore it to the point where it's getting really serious and I'm about to miss a deadline, and then not come up for air for a week.
Yeah.
Is she not like strumming my pain with her fingers? Is that not what I just said? Is that not what just happened last night in Humanity? Eric, Element, y'all understand.
And write 3 chapters in a week and then go back to waiting and then go back to it. And it can just apply to so much stuff, wonky discipline. So yeah, let's not judge ADHD as for having a sort of
Jimmy
a different
Neutron.
discipline. The internalized belief that this rule gives ADHD people is I don't have any willpower.
Yeah.
And you can obviously see that does a lot of damage. If you walk around thinking you don't have willpower, you won't think you'll be able to stick to an amazing relationship or eat well or launch a creative dream. Well, actually, you just have wonky willpower and that's fine.
What I find interesting, like I want to try to understand. I don't know if all of these rules pertain to both ADHD and autistic, or if it's going to be like one is autistic, one is ADHD, and back and forth. I don't know. So I'm going to try to put this in context of someone from who has autism, or try to anyway. Obviously, I don't have it, so I don't understand it fully. But like, I'm wondering, right? I assume that many people on the autism spectrum, like she said, her husband, it sounded like it would be a dream to have a routine and predictability and regulation and stuff. So like, I assume that a lot of autistic people would want routines, would want plans, would want everything mapped out, because I assume that they could get like maybe sensory overload, or maybe even burnout, and just ruin their whole day if something didn't go to plan, you know? So I assume it would still be harmful for someone who's autistic. The discipline is what gets things done. I'm trying to see how it could be harmful for someone who's autistic. And I'm thinking maybe because like that rule doesn't allow flexibility for when the routine stops working, you know, like when the plans fall through or whatever, right? Like, can someone who has autism easily get back on track if their routine is broken, right? So interesting.
Wonky willpower. Love it. Okay. Lovely. Good start. Number two. So
Okay, so he doesn't talk about number one from his context, from his side. I guess that's just for ADHD.
Through the autistic lens, the concept that social rules are obvious. So what I mean by that is,
what did he say? The social. Hold on, I gotta rewind that.
Through the autistic lens, the concept that social rules are obvious. So what I mean by that is being able to read between the lines.
Okay.
Knowing unspoken expectations, or reading subtext and stuff. Like I struggle with this so hard. Like just tell me what you want me to do. Tell me what the rules are, and then I'll like do them.
But how do we tell you? Because like, you know, I think the disconnect, right, with that is social rules. So social cues and whatnot, that is something that people with autism definitely struggle with typically. But how does one tell you? And I feel like, okay, what I was trying to say was I feel like the disconnect oftentimes come from either neurotypical people will expect the autistic person, whether or not they know they're autistic, to understand these unwritten rules or whatever. And they don't. They need to be explained. But also, there's a disconnect in how they ask as well, because a lot of times people might not understand what you mean based on how you ask the question. And I don't know how to give an example of this. I'm trying to think because but I feel like there might be a disconnect in that. Because, like, how do you explain to someone who's autistic something? Like, do you just, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it depends on the context, but let's see what they have to say. Because I don't know how this really ties into ADHD. I think it might just be an autistic thing. I don't know. Like, I mean, okay, let me try to think of it from an ADHD perspective. Like, maybe missing social cues. I'm sure that I miss social cues sometimes. Probably not as much as someone with autism, but I'm sure I miss them sometimes because I'm so distracted. Shiny thing syndrome, or I have, what is it called? There's a term for where you, like, if you're not actively listening, where like something goes in one ear and then kind of out the other, where it's not that I'm not listening, it's just that I didn't retain the information. I have sometimes problems with grasping what you say. So, like, sometimes someone might say something, and okay, tell me if you've ever experienced this. Someone said something and maybe you're half listening, or you didn't realize that you weren't fully paying attention. You heard that they said something and then you ask them to repeat it, but before they repeat it, you suddenly, like, hear what they said. Like, you just got it late. Like you had a delayed response or something. Has anyone ever had that? Like, that happens, something like that happens to me a lot when someone is talking at me, and if my mind wanders, it's like I spaced out or something. Auditory processing. Okay, there you go. So a delayed processing. It is an ADHD, so there we go. Yes. Element says, my wife and I have adapted conversation flow to account for that. Interesting. I want to hear more about that, because that is definitely something that I struggle with. Where, like, I don't always hear it the first time, or I hear it delayed. So a lot of times I'm asking someone to repeat themselves. And it's not always because they're not speaking clearly or enunciating. It's because for whatever reason, it just didn't register in my brain. And that happens to me even when I'm reading. I could read something. I know all the words. I'm not an idiot. But for whatever reason, the information did not stick in my head. So I have to go back and read it again to understand. Don't know why. I don't know if that's ADHD, but that's a thing that I struggled with as well. And it sucks because I'm from a family of readers. I was an avid reader, and now I do not enjoy it because I struggle with not retaining what I read. And it's so fucking annoying. But anyway, let's continue.
And it's tough because when society...
You record all your meetings. That's smart.
Says, oh, you should have known. Why should I have known? You feel like you're like just socially broken. Like you just don't know what to do. You're clueless. But I don't feel like that at home anymore, because I will say, I don't know what... Well, you won't do it to me, actually. You won't act in a certain way hoping that I'll pick up on things. You'll just tell me.
Not in the last year, but for the many years before that I did. It makes me feel so proud of you for vocalizing this. And it also makes me feel quite a lot of remorse.
She's getting emotional.
Because I can just remember times when I've expected you to just know what was wrong with me, or why something upset me, or why you needed to be more friendly in a situation. I just think, oh my gosh, I've literally I've been the damaging one. But it's why it's so great to talk about, for you, if you were to go on a Zoom call and somebody went, we're going to small talk for 2 minutes, where anything is available from your weekend, you don't really need to care about it, but kind of nod and agree, then we'll start talking about work.
Yeah.
You're
That's so interesting that someone would have to explain small talk before it happened. That's so interesting. Yeah, like again, our brains just work differently. So it's so interesting to hear another perspective of like what a conversation goes like. So if I ask an autistic person how their day is, they're probably going to think that's weird or just give me a standard answer, which is what you're supposed to do. Like like I hate some of those questions like, oh, how's your day going or whatever, and I just say like a canned response because I don't know that people truly want to hear how I'm actually feeling, if I'm actually doing well. Do you know what I mean? And I don't, I don't know if that's specifically an autistic thing, but I definitely do kind of think that's weird sometimes, the small talk. But it makes sense why it makes sense how an autistic person wouldn't be into small talk. But it is confusing. It is weird, but it's like it's kind of meant to be like a way to break the ice because um just jumping into a conversation of what you want to say can seem rude, can be jarring if someone's not ready for like this topic. So imagine like telling a traumatic story to someone without giving them the trigger warning. That's almost like what small talk is, where you're easing into the meat of a conversation. It doesn't have to be related. It's just customary. It's like saying hello. It's like a greeting where it's like, hey, hello, I'm safe. And now let's have this conversation. But if someone just like ran up to you and started like talking to you, this, whatever, it might be like, whoa, hold on. I wasn't ready for that. So I think that's kind of what small talk is meant to be. But, everybody does it differently. So
Would be fine with small talk.
you don't need an icebreaker, so Squishy.
What you struggle.
So, okay. So if someone goes into your DMs, like, I understand. Like, okay. Especially online, right? I'm assuming it's going to be different in person versus online, or, like if you know someone IRL, whatever. But like if someone, like, let's say it's business, I do understand a lot of people want to get right to the meat of it. Like, don't give me the small talk. Don't tell me your background story. Just tell me what you need, especially if you're in a position of trying to help someone. Like, we are IT. Like, tell us what the problem is. Don't tell me that your cat got lost yesterday and you had to go find it and then blah, blah, blah. No, tell me why you're here. So I get that. But if it's not an important thing, if it's not like, if you're just friends, yes, you should make small talk, I feel. I don't know. Amineka, hello, welcome, welcome. No, getting the point is considered polite and respectful of my time, but I understand what you're saying for others needing the warm up. I'm talking specifically in help. If you're asking for help, get to the point. If you need help troubleshooting something, if I'm running a store, I have other customers I have to get to. So I don't have time for small talk. So I understand in a business context or an educational context, like, don't say, hi, I really like your work and blah, blah, blah. No, tell me why you're here. So I feel like I understand more of like someone not wanting to have small talk and like, tell me what's the reason why we're here and why we're talking. So I'm starting to understand it. But typically it's like, hey, we're waiting for everyone to come in. Like, imagine you're having a meeting and everyone isn't there yet. Are you just supposed to sit there in silence and just stare at each other awkwardly? For some people, silence is uncomfortable. So some people will talk, and that is small talk, All right, let's continue.
With is knowing how to transition in and out smoothly. And when
I don't do it smoothly though, do I?
You just, small talk's over now, I'd like to start talking about work.
Or if you're not on the call, if it's just me, and I know you're not like the biggest fan of small talk, so I don't know why this is even a thing, but if you're not on the call, I'd be like, right, let's get down to business. Like, I might say hello first, but that would be it.
It's the might say hello for me. I might say hello. And this is the same thing as Zaid. Zaid says, I used to get criticized at work for never introducing myself and always jumping right into the meeting. Like, I don't think Again, in a meeting context, I don't really think that's bad. However, like, let's say you are representing another business, there were different businesses there. You should introduce yourself and the business that you represent so people know who the fuck they're talking to. Like, you know what I mean? So, again, that has to do with context. I don't know if that's a social cue per se, but it makes sense to clarify, like, this is who I am, this is where I'm coming from, and this is what I need to say. It's like if you write an email, do you send an email without writing a title? Do you just send an untitled email? I guess some people do. That's how I see it. Like, you gotta let people know in the title what's gonna be inside of the body of your text, right? Like, so I know before I click on it what I'm getting myself into, you know?
I love that hello might be said.
Yeah.
Like it could just be like, right,
She
so in
clocked
the
it.
agenda. I love that for you.
But it's the same as like,
Might
I know,
be
I'm
said.
digressing
That's
a bit
funny.
now, but like emails and stuff as well. The whole hope you had a good weekend.
I literally just said emails, but not that. I was talking about like the title.
Like I don't. Like I don't.
Had
Like
to train yourself to say hi.
I'm not
wow.
saying I wish they had a bad weekend, but what I hope you had a good weekend. I have no hope in my body that they had a weekend. I'm not thinking about, I wonder if they had a good weekend or not. It's just disingenuous. It's not real. It's crap.
I agree, but that's taking it way literally, and I guess that's literally, autism. That's taking it very literally.
I do tend to agree with you. But the people pleaser in me is, of course, screaming.
But wait, just can hear
This
me
is
out.
where my brain is.
I'm sorry to dwell on this. I hope you had a good weekend. But imagine it. Someone said to me, I hope you had a good weekend. And I challenged it. Like, do you hope that, are you actually hopeful? Are you at home thinking, I really hope that Rich is having a good weekend? Like, it's just not accurate. It's not true.
So part of the autistic spectrum is taking things literally. So I think this is a perfect example. So I think it's just said as a kind of social nicety. I don't think they are on their knees going, I really hope Richard had a lovely weekend. It's more just a soft opener that says, I'm human. I appreciate that you're human. Right, let's get down to business.
Right, okay, fine. Look, I understand the words that you're saying, but I know they're human. They know I'm human. So it's just not needed.
But that's what she's saying. She's saying, I don't think anyone else is saying it in the context of I'm human. I think it's like just in the moment, that's the best way that she could think of to describe it. But people aren't going, hi, I'm human and I know you're human, so I'm just trying to make sure that you had a good weekend. No, it's not like that, but that is very interesting and it makes me laugh. Squishy says, that's where my brain is. But then instead of saying, let's talk small talk before we start work, you just reported me to my supervisor for being disrespectful. Oh, Ren does things. Hello, Ren. How you doing? Yeah, she's trying to translate to him. Exactly. So things will definitely get lost in translation here, I'm sure. At least I learned young.
You're not
Most
wrong.
people don't care about others.
You're
I
not
became
wrong.
jaded at 5. Yes, it's true. I think most people are... and I don't think it's in a negative way that people are purposely not caring about others. I think they're just, again, hyper focused on themselves. And, call it selfish if you will. I think people just are more worried about how they're about to be perceived. Like, how does this person see me? Should I be nice and play nice so that they don't think I don't care? It's kind of like that. So a lot of people are, I can't speak for everyone, but I assume that a lot of people are worried a lot of times about what to say next. Like, they're editing in their head as they go, and they're maybe copying the social norms in order to, I guess, seem normal, kind of like masking, where it's just like, oh, well, usually people shake hands, so I need to shake your hand to show a sign of respect or whatever, or it's part of the greeting. Like, we hug and we look into each other's eyes when we're talking and all these things. But culturally, all these things are different wherever you go around the world. In some places, it's customary to burp when you finish your meal to show that you enjoyed it. In other places, that's absolutely disgusting and ill-mannered, and you know what I mean? So like in some places you can be arrested if you spit on the ground, or if you litter, or you know what I mean? So there's so many things that are different culturally. And so I imagine that being even more stressful for someone who is different, like who's neurodivergent on top of all of that. It must be stressful. For sure. Everyone has a little bit of egocentricness going on. Yeah, I think a lot of us are in our own heads, in our own world, and not necessarily like we are the center of the universe. Some people feel that way, but I don't know. I just think a lot of people are more worried about self than they are outwardly about others. But, I don't know.
3, back to Through the ADHD Lens.
Number 3 now.
If it really mattered, you'd remember.
Eesh. Okay, so I'm assuming each one is different. So they're going ADHD, autism, back and forth. So I'm assuming it's 5 and 5, unless some mingle. If it really mattered, you remember. That's like, that hurts. That makes me sad because I have really bad memory. And actually, I don't know if I have bad memory or if it's just the attention deficit or the retention part of my brain where I hear you. I can be listening and still not retain what you said because my brain works differently, And I notice with some people, like fidget toys actually genuinely help them, because if you have hyperactive, ADHD, like whatever it stands for now, I don't know. They keep changing how shit actually stands for. But anyway, if you have the hyperactive, like I'm not hyperactive, I'm inattentive. I don't fidget physically, really, but some people do. And so if they have something to do with their hands, I am a crafty person. If and someone with ADHD has something to do with their hands or their feet, like if they're jumping and moving around, they can actually more often than not retain better, understand more. So when you see someone jumping around, it's distracting to all the neurotypicals, but for them, it's they have so much going on that it's like they need to do something with their body or to activate a part of their brain in order to activate another part, maybe, if that makes sense. So when someone says like, if it really mattered, you would remember, it's like saying, I don't care if I forget a special important date. And that's just not true. How many of you, I'm muted? Hello? No sound? Nani? I see my sound going through. Hello? Are you sure? I've been bonked. Really? You hear? Okay. Element muted me. Good job. I don't know. I don't like that one. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like the if it really mattered, you would remember. And I'm trying to think of how to describe how or why. If I compared my brain to maybe like a computer, the RAM in my system is unreliable, and it's not my fault. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I forget appointments, I forget birthdays, I forget tasks, I forget standard everyday tasks. In fact, like I'm also someone who struggles with making decisions and choices. If I have too many choices, I'm overwhelmed, and again, I struggle. And I don't do the same thing over and over again. Again, I do not do routines. I do not do schedules well. Sure, I can do them, but I would probably be fucking miserable. Okay. Yes, we forget to sleep, Shadow. Bose, what's up? Hello on YouTube. So this thing, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Is it Bose or Boaz? I'm so sorry. So I have this thing where I'm not good with making choice, but I think it's because I don't like routines. I'm allergic to routine and schedule. So case in point, when my mom and I, if we go to a drive-through at a fast food restaurant, she knows what she wants. She's neurotypical. She can get the same. My mom is completely different to me, so much so that I wouldn't be surprised if I were adopted. Okay? This is how different we are in thinking sometimes. When it comes to food and going to a restaurant, my mom already knows what she wants. Do you want to know why? Because she gets the same fucking thing every time. She does not explore. She doesn't want to taste anything else on the menu. If she goes to a restaurant, if she goes to fast food and she tries one thing and she likes it, she likes that restaurant, and that's the only thing that she will order from then on. If the first thing that she has somewhere is bad, she hates that restaurant, she will never go, she won't try anything else. That is my mother. I, on the other hand, I need the buffet, bitch. I want to try everything on the list so I can determine which ones are the best, which ones I like the most. And it changes based on my mood, based on the day. Do you know what I mean? So every time I go, I need to look at the entire menu. Okay? No, I don't know what I want. And my mom gets upset. She's like, it's the same thing. It's the same drinks. Like, how do you not know what you want? Because I need to see it. It needs to call to me, Mom. I don't know what I want, which is why it takes me a minute. So like, I like when there's a little bit of a line if I'm waiting inside, because it gives me time to look at the menu and be like, how do I feel? Do I want something spicy today? Do I want something sweet? Am I going to ruin my diet and get a dessert? Like, what am I gonna ask for no ice? Do I want a coffee? I could try anything and everything. I am an explorer. I'm Dora the fucking Explorer. When it comes to food, I see food, I eat it, you know? So when someone else wants me to make a decision, I say, I'm cool with whatever you want. What do you want? And I'm not that person who's like, oh, we can have whatever you want. And then they make a decision. I'm like, no, I don't want that. You know, that's not me. I don't care, because like, I'm okay with anything. I'm okay if someone else makes a choice for me in a lot of situations, not everything. But my mother, completely different. She is totally upset. She is totally upset that I don't know what I want before I go somewhere. And I'm just like, ma'am, please, please. But that's me, and that's my ADHD. Hi, nice to meet you. Taking my midday ADHD meds. If I have to sit at the same desk for 6 months and do the same thing, I would go insane. Agreed. I need something different, which is why voiceover was the greatest job for me. It was so much fun. Every script is different. Every role is different. And sometimes they're boring, especially if you're just doing like commercials or, like IVR systems, which is like the automated teller when you call a business, like, hello, thank you for calling such and such. You have reached. To reach such and such, press 1. You know, our business hours are 9 through 5. You know, stuff like that. I would do that, and easy money. Actually, the easiest is working in music, like doing DJ drops and intros and outros. Like, y'all, stop what you're doing right now and repeat after me. Be like, you're listening to Mimi Pink Dot, right? If you say that, okay, I'll wait. Okay. Bam, $5. Bam, $10. Imagine just saying someone's name dropping someone and getting paid 10 to 20 bucks for that. You're listening to TBF and the Eric Chambers Show. Bam. $50. Like, that was my job. It was amazing. However, the person that I was working for was not amazing. And that's a whole other story that I'll get into another time. But just know it wasn't amazing and I ended up leaving. But let's continue. I can't believe we went through 50 minutes and we're only 9 minutes in. I told you, I can't do this. I can't do it.
Oh.
This is, of course, about birthdays, anniversaries,
That's what I
replying to
said.
texts,
Yeah,
coming home for a special dinner.
It doesn't mean I don't care if I
doing
don't
the
remember.
Where again pile that you've promised you're going to do every day.
Because when we do remember, if someone reminds us, we feel guilty. Typically, I feel guilty. Literally yesterday was a friend's birthday. And I promise you, I did not know it was her birthday. And when I went in the VC, for some reason, something in me wanted to just randomly blurt out happy birthday. But right before I did it, she's like, hey buddy, it's my birthday today. I'm like, what? It was so, my mind, like, it was so weird. I don't know how to just describe or explain that phenomenon, but I almost just randomly blurted it out, having no idea it was actually somebody's birthday. Like, oh, if I had just been 5 seconds faster. Me and Eric Chambers should call it Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde podcast. Honestly, that would be a very interesting podcast.
And here's the issue. And by the way, this is nuanced and we're going to have a convo about it because I know how much I can grind your gears with forgetting to do the Where Again shelf. And that is fine. You are so entitled to have.
What's a Where Again shelf? What does that mean? Is that, I'm assuming that's like a closet of clothes or something? I'm going to assume it's clothes that are like not fully dirty so you can wear it again before you wash it. Does anybody do that?
Years ground.
No idea what that is. Maybe that's a UK thing.
If it mattered, you'd remember is moralizing memory. And it's saying, if you have a bad memory, you don't care. You're not a nice person. ADHD people struggle with working memory.
Yes, we're like a baby in terms of how a baby, if you guys have heard of the term of object permanence, where like, it basically means out of sight, out of mind. So if you try this with a baby, or maybe even a toddler, right? You have something that you're dangling in front of them. Like, let's say it's a binky or a toy or about whatever it is. You have something in your hand in front of them. And then if you quickly hide it behind your back, to them, that shit disappeared. And they'll be like, whoa, they'll think you're a fucking magician. They'll think you're a freaking magician because object permanence, if they don't see it, it is not there. You know, it has nothing to do with you not caring. You just can't conceptualize it. Out of sight, out of mind. And it's so true, at least with me, where I don't miss people as much as I think most people do. It's like, I miss you when we're catching up. But at the same time, I'm also, because of that, I'm the type of person where I can pick up where we left off. Where if someone is not around me, I don't take it personally. I don't feel like they hate me. I just assume we're both doing different things with our lives. And when we meet again, we will meet again and it'll be like nothing happened. And we just pick up right back where we left off. That's me. You know, that's the type of friend I am. But, you know. Squishy says, you're not a bad person. Your brain just works differently. Eric says, fun debate question on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Which one is the actual drug addict? I'm trying to remember this is going to distract me. I'm going to try to remember how the story was. Wasn't it like, isn't Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde like the same person? And he kind of sort of transforms into like back and forth because of like a chemical, I guess that is a drug, like some sort of potion or something. But it's like his repressed sort of dark side, which is the Hyde. If the argument was that Dr. Jekyll is the drug addict, I would say it makes more sense that he is, because he's the one who's seeking the drug. He's the one who's actively researching it. He's the one who created it. He's the one who repeatedly takes it, you know? And Mr. Hyde is the result of the drug. So he's not using it. I'm assuming he changes back to Dr. Jekyll once the effects wear off, right? But again, I don't know. It's been like 1,000 damn years since I don't even know if I've seen Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in its entirety. So that is an interesting question though. Squishy says, I have that with people and friends as well. Out of sight, out of mind is really applicable. And I know like that's a soft spot for other people who are not like that. And that is almost like a complaint that I get in my friendships and relationships, is that I seem like I don't care all the time or as much. And I just show or my care in a different way. Like I said, part of my love language is acts of service, you know, and checking in on someone is detrimental to my mental damn health because I have so many someones. I can't divide myself in that many tiny pieces. It's just too much. I like too many people. And maybe that's my curse. I have a huge circle of friends and family, and there is just not enough time in the day to keep up with every single one of them. So I keep up with none. If you show up around me, then we're catching up. Otherwise, I don't know. Object permanence, baby. All right, let's continue.
We can forget what we're saying mid-sentence.
So true. What was I even talking about?
That's why we might forget a birthday or a weekend plan, or to go back to a text.
Yeah, I don't remember what I ate for breakfast.
Purpose. It causes a huge amount of shame and guilt and self-hatred.
Yeah.
When you're forgetting things.
Definitely not forgetting on purpose.
Mean the absolute world to you. And the story that people then write is, you don't care, you're indifferent. And we then get this internalized belief, which is, I don't care about the people I love. I'm an awful person. Sorry, it's me hamming on this now because I just can't put it down.
Yeah, this one I think would hurt most people with ADHD.
Think people would
to
do
hear
it on
that?
purpose, lose their phone, lose where they've put really important things. I lost the letter that my mum wrote to me after she had died. I lost that somewhere in my 20s. Do you think we'd do it on purpose? Like, it hurts. Not. It really hurts.
I feel remorse for this one, you know, like you said in the last one, because and I've got a challenge as well, but
okay, before he says something, I don't know what he's going to say, but I would assume that autistic people have strong memory, just like how we with ADHD can hyperfocus. I would assume that autistic people have a very strong memory for something that they are interested in. What their special interests are, they probably know almost everything about. But if it's something else, I wonder, you know? I wonder if they struggle with like remembering to do things if it's not a special interest. I don't know. But either way, our memories glitch. Our memories are straight up glitch all the time. Squishy says, neurotypicals are the worst people. They don't care what their words and actions do in me, but expect me to care about what my words and actions do to them. Oh, that's interesting. Do you truly feel like they don't care or they don't know and understand? Because I would assume that it leans more to they don't know or don't understand. Just like how if you don't walk a mile in someone's shoes, how are you going to, you know, but there's definitely people that don't care. 100% there's people that don't care. But I don't know if it's like all neurotypicals. But that's just me being glass half full.
Nearly broke us up at the beginning.
Yes,
of
it
our
is. Hello, welcome.
Your memory could have ended our relationship.
That's crazy.
It's true though, isn't it? I feel really guilty and bad about that now.
Oh, so her memory struggles could have ended their relationship. I imagine it's probably amazingly difficult to have two different types of neurodivergence in a relationship together. An ADHD person with an autistic person must be so challenging. And like I said, the other person that I watched, that's the type of relationship that they're in. So it's nice to see that it can work. here's at least 2 examples of where it's working. However, they work together too. So who knows? Maybe it's a business agreement. Who knows? But it's very interesting to see
because but that was pre-ADHD, and society tells us if an anniversary or a birthday isn't remembered, or dinner or plans or whatever, then that's an act that person doesn't care about you. So it's not like,
not always true.
I'm not even saying it's people's fault, because it's what's been drummed into everyone from day dot.
But the fact that you could think that I don't care about you, that makes me sad.
Yeah. Like, it's so interesting when you can't tell someone's intentions. Like, for me, my intentions are never to harm. And I understand that sometimes we will harm each other accidentally, unintentionally. And it's good to be able to have those discussions and be open and honest, like, hey, this hurt me, as opposed to keeping it in and bottling it up and then fucking exploding, and it's going to be completely out of context for someone else. Like, why the fuck are you overreacting? Because you're bottling shit up and not telling anyone, so they have no idea that you've been feeling some type of way for some type of time, But it's so interesting how this type of shit, lack of proper communication with someone, can absolutely be the downfall of your entire relationship, whatever it is. Familial, acquaintance, relationship, whatever.
My
romantic,
memory, my floppy, wonky, wobbly, rubbish, silly memory has let things drop through it and made my number one person.
I don't think that now, though. That was in the new days of our relationship.
I think the good thing now is you see me forgetting everything all the time.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, right, like this person does
it's
actually
just
have
part of
legitimate,
her. Yeah.
quite serious.
Oh, man, my mom
hit you with my challenge, though.
struggled with
Is
that.
that
as a
all
kid.
I'm getting on the nice bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
The where again shelf.
Yeah.
I'm not accepting that as a memory. You can't be forgetting about it, because as it like, you can't not see it when you walk into a room. So that is that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Listen, the more that something is around, the more blind you become to it. Have you ever heard of the term nose blind? Have you ever heard of that? Where if you're around a certain scent for so long, you stop smelling it. If you have pets, you might think your house smells pet-free and clean, but if someone who doesn't have pets come into your home, they might know exactly what type of pet you have, because you have become nose blind. And I think it can be the same with objects visually in front of you, especially if you have ADHD. The more you're around something, like if you have a messy home, when I tell you, how many people have experienced this, where you are comfortable in your house, your room, whatever it is, and it isn't until someone calls and says, hey, I'm gonna come over in 5 minutes, that suddenly your house is a pigsty. What the fuck? Now you gotta run around, and now you notice clothes everywhere and dishes unwashed, and now suddenly your house, you need to mop it. What? My house becomes the most dirty thing in the world when someone is coming over. So whatever that is, 100%. You could pass by something every fucking day and not see it. 100%. I lose my glasses if they're not on my face and they're on my head. I lose my pencils if they're behind my ear, and I'll walk around, where the fuck are my pencils? This is so embarrassing, but I'm going to be honest. There was one time I lost my phone, and I was telling my friend, I'm like, where the fuck is my phone? I was about to leave, okay? I don't know if I was going to work or school, whatever. I was going somewhere, and you do the standard, typical routine things. Check for your keys, your wallet, your phone, right? Well, I got my keys, I got my wallet. Where the fuck is my phone? And my friend that I was talking to didn't say shit for like almost 15 minutes, okay? I was on the fucking phone. And not just like Bluetooth or speaker. I had the phone attached to my face with my hand. I was searching my whole house with one hand because the other hand was touching my phone to my face. Like, that is just, I don't know if that's ADD. I don't know what that is, but that is my embarrassing story. I can lose my phone when I'm on it. Like, okay, you don't understand. You don't understand clearly. So for this, I wish I could say this to this couple, right? Just interrupt them and be like, absolutely, she could miss the whatever this closet is. 100%. Oh my God, imagine if I told my friend to call my phone. I was actively on the phone though. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
It's an executive dysfunction thing. That is not a memory thing.
Okay, can I challenge your challenge?
Oh,
Sure.
speak on it, girl.
Sometimes, yes.
Yes.
I can't get the energy to start.
Yeah.
Energy too, sure.
Sometimes it is
Yeah.
forgetting. So the other day, you said, please, can you do your where again shelf? I said, yep. And I went upstairs to do it. By the time I'd got to the top of the stairs, I'd forgotten. I got ready, came down, packed my bag, left to go to the train station, and then thought, oh my God, I've forgotten the where again shelf. And then when I got back from London, I had to then run upstairs and I said, don't look. And I had to do it. So it's a combo. I'm not saying it's every
I wonder what that means. Maybe they have to clean up something or set something. I don't know what the fuck the where again shelf is for them.
time. I don't want to be the person that's like, oh, I've forgotten to.
It's like looking for your
do any
glasses.
of my
Oh my
chores.
God, Zane,
Yeah.
listen.
That's not the vibe.
Listen, when I wear my glasses for too long and I put on contacts, I am a fucking idiot. I feel glasses that are not there. I keep pushing up glasses that are not on my face. I don't need to. Where did that come from? Like, it's like I'm on autopilot or something where I just assume I need to adjust my glasses, but I'm not wearing any. I can see just fine. What is that? Ugh.
But
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
He doesn't
number
want to
4.
accept it. He doesn't want to accept it. He's like, no, let's just move on. Okay, fine. You win. Are conversations like this a debate or like a fight that you have to win for people with autism or ADHD? Because I don't feel that way. Like when I have a conversation, I don't feel like I need the other person to understand where I'm coming from. I don't feel like I need to win the conversation, but I wonder if it's like that with someone who's autistic or not. Like, do you feel like you need to get the other person to understand where you're coming from every time? Because I would imagine that's frustrating because I'm sure people don't understand where you're coming from most of the time. So that would be frustrating for me. I can give it up so easy. It's like, all right, well, you know, but I don't feel defeated. Like I feel like I don't know if upset that might be extreme, but I feel like he's not satisfied, but he's moving on anyway, you know? More of a discussion than a debate. Okay. Well, says Eric, there is a difference between being heard and having to be right. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, like, okay, from the autistic perspective, if you were trying to explain your reasoning, I don't mean like, obviously someone's going to hear you when you explain it, but I mean, like, they need to see it through your or my lens. Like, does someone need to see something through your lens? Because you don't need to agree with them or see it exactly the way that they do in order to hear them and for someone to be heard, you know? And that also doesn't necessarily mean you need to be right. I don't know. I'm just a random question.
Nice and easy, simple one, but it's equally as ridiculous in my mind. Eye contact equals respect. Like, why do I have to stare into your eyes when I'm talking to you? It's well awkward. It makes me uncomfortable.
I notice a lot of autistic people do not make eye contact. In fact, when I was in New York and I lived in the Bronx at one point, and we would rent this place, and the lady that we would pay, she'd never looked me in the eyes. I would give her the money and she just, I don't know, I got a sense that she was uncomfortable or something. You know, we wouldn't really talk, and it was like, okay, well, you know, I don't know what to do or say at this point. I think that's a cultural thing. I think eye contact is a cultural thing. And it's not something that I need to do. I just do it habitually. But I don't know that I would feel like, I don't know how I would feel if someone wasn't looking at me when I'm talking. I would just think that they're uncomfortable, I guess. I don't know. I don't look too deep into it, but I'm sure some people would think it's rude. Some people might think, I don't know. Is it fucking painful to look in someone's eyes even if you don't agree with it and it seems ridiculous to you? Like, I do a lot of ridiculous shit even if I don't agree with it. Like, I'm a very patient person though. In gorilla society, eye contact is a challenge. Oh yeah, like some animals would assume like eye contact is fucking aggressive and you want to fight. So, okay. You get sensory overload looking at people's faces. I love looking at people's faces. I don't look into their eyes, but I look at their mouths because that's what's moving. Imagine I'm deaf and I need to read your lips. I'm looking at people's lips when they talk. But I know we're supposed to be looking at the eyes, so I try to like look at their nose so I can see both the eyes and the mouth. But I like looking at people's mouths when they're talking. I don't know. That's the part that's moving. That's the part that's engaging me. Unless like, I don't know, you got a mole somewhere and then I'm trying not to look at it. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I personally don't feel any way about it. I do feel like if someone's staring at me in a certain way, it might like maybe derail my train of thought a little bit. Like if they're looking at me like really intensely while my mind is racing, like I might look away to kind of be able to either hear them better or say what I'm saying without getting distracted. But again, it's not like, I don't know, for me, that's not really a problem, but I can understand that being a problem for someone who's autistic. Because for them, they're being told to look at me while I'm talking, sort of thing. But like, didn't you guys say you need the rules and you'll do it? So like, that's the rule. Like, even if it's ridiculous, that's a rule then. That's what you're supposed to do, I guess. I don't know. It's a societal thing. It's a cultural thing, excuse me. That totally gonna get auto-modded. Uh-oh. Where are you? On YouTube? Let me see. What are you saying? What's getting auto-modded? What the mouth do? Why would that get... That's fucking funny. Here we go.
It's so
Element
horrendous.
fakes eye contact.
Why is that? Maintain good eye contact. What do you mean good eye contact? Why is there even a good or a bad in eye contact?
I love having you on Team Neurodivergent because you are so passionate and crystal clear and you've got no people pleaser tendencies. So
you've got no people pleasing tendencies. Is that just him specifically, or is that an autistic thing? No people pleasing tendencies. That's so interesting. What a way to put it. I wonder, does that come off as offensive to someone? Because like, that's what it seems like. It's him specifically.
just say it like it is. And I love it. I think eye contact is all weird things about like being polite and showing respect and showing that you're listening and engaged with someone. I don't know.
I've changed my thing though, right? So because it is always politeness and it's good eye contact, you can internalize it that you are rude or weird. But I'm flipping it. I'm like, no, you're weird for making me stare into your eyes. Like it's just not.
I'm not making you do anything, sir.
It's not a thing that should exist.
Do you know when I notice it most with you? And this is so funny to me. It's on Zooms, when we're doing Zoom meetings. Neurotypical people will tend to try and like look, like it's so ingrained, they'll be looking at the faces of the people on the screen because they're trying to give eye contact through a screen, which you obviously can't do. That's how ingrained they're looking at the faces to engage. You just look over here. For any of our audio listeners, I'm turning my head to the right and just staring off into the distance. And you'll just chat away, staring off into the right. And you are calm, confident,
What do y'all look
engaging.
at when you're talking? I close my eyes a lot. Like if I'm talking online and I don't need to be seen, I'm closing my eyes because I don't know, I don't know if I'm like trying to picture a person, but I notice I close my eyes a lot when I'm talking. I don't know why, but I do notice that. So I wonder, what are autistic people looking at when they're talking to people? Are you looking at anything? Are you just imagining something in your head? Are you like trying to figure out how to get out of that conversation? Because I know I am sometimes. I spend a lot of my time when someone else is talking thinking, how am I going to get out of this conversation so I can be done with being social? I have a level of social anxiety. I don't like being social in person where people can see me and watch me. I actually don't like people looking at me, even if it's culturally appropriate to look someone in the eye when they're talking. I don't like all the attention on me. All the eyes on me feels uncomfortable and weird. Which is why stage fright. Hello. Hi, nice to meet you. Not fun. But I don't think that's an ADHD thing. I think that's just a me thing, a self-conscious anxiety thing. Zaid says there are for sure different kinds of eye contact and you can feel vibes to determine if it's hostile or loving. But can someone with autism feel vibes in eye contact? Is the question. Stare off into the distance and or close eyes. I think my eyes wander unless I'm reading something. I'm staring through the person. Listen, when I'm talking to someone, especially like in Discord or over the phone, I cannot look at anything else because I will be distracted as fuck. I realize like I keep trying to multitask, and as an ADHDer, I cannot multitask. I can't. I will say I will die on the rock saying that I can, but I cannot. I just said I'll die on the rock. I don't think that's a saying. And now I'm picturing Dwayne the Rock Johnson, whatever. But like, I cannot watch something, even if it's on mute. It will take my attention. I will be reading the captions. And I think that's also why I look at someone, and especially looking at their lips when they're talking. I look at people when they're talking, but I don't necessarily like to be looked at when I'm talking, if that makes sense. So on like television, I am not hard of hearing, but I love captions. You see, I've got the captions on because people have accents. Sometimes there might be background noise. It's just, if again, I'm not, I don't think I'm that slow or anything. However, I retain more. Like if I'm listening to something, I need something to have my eyes on. So I like there being captions and text, because if I can read it and hear it, I'm getting it in two different forms. You know how we all have different, like people have different learning I guess learning styles. Some people might be visual learners, some people might be auditory, some people might need to physically touch something in order to retain it. If I'm getting multiple things at once, I have a higher chance of retaining it. That's what I believe. So if someone is talking and they have captions, if I can read it and hear it at the same time, I think I will retain it better. So I need to focus on that person that's talking, you know? So I love captions, even though I don't technically need them.
It just makes me giggle when I see you doing it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think that's strange though. Like that makes me question, because I don't think I would look. I don't know, maybe I do.
You can
Look
only learn
away
things you're
when it's
interested
real
in.
life rather than Zoom. Not with you, but probably I do, don't I? I probably, yeah.
You're always looking off, looking up, looking left, looking right.
Is that when I'm talking or listening or both?
I'm not sure.
Let's keep an eye out.
I've forgotten.
Shut up. I'm not sure. I've forgotten. Demon, hello. Welcome. Kamineko says, I can only learn things I'm interested in. I say that's interesting. I wonder if I'm the same because I'll tell you what, I don't typically have trouble sleeping, but when I do, I'll pop on a tutorial because as soon as I try to learn something, I'm zonked out. I'm dead to the world. And I'm so annoyed by it. But like, my thing is, right? My theory is, okay, I can't sleep. Let me try to learn something. Because if I can't sleep, at least I'm gaining some sort of knowledge, right? I'm learning something new. And if it doesn't work, it worked because that means I've fallen asleep, you know? But like tutorials, I don't know if it's like certain people's voices or like, you know, if the shit is just boring, if the topic is boring and I'm not interested in it, I'm passing the fuck out and I'm not retaining anything. I wish we could retain shit in our sleep because I would play language learning all the time while I'm sleeping and wake up understanding Spanish, Korean, French, all types of languages, you know? However, it don't work, at least not for me. At least not for me. Element says, I see the words people say in my head, and in Discord, I try to play the game I'm playing or just have the Discord and chat up to keep me focused on the conversation. Ooh, yeah, no, it's hard for me to focus on a conversation if I'm in a game. 100% it's hard.
Right, move on. Eye contact's ridiculous. It shouldn't be a rule.
Number 5, through the ADHD lens. If you were serious about it, you'd stick with it.
Oh.
How does that make y'all feel? If you were serious about it, you would stick with it. Listen, I have literally, I don't know if it's in my profile right now, but in a lot of my profiles, it says or has said, my hobby is learning new hobbies. Okay. I don't stick with anything, and that doesn't mean that I'm not serious about it. Unfortunately, I am just it's really, really challenging to stick to the same thing every day. Like, even when it comes to food, because I know I told you how I was talking about food, like if it was breakfast or lunch, some people can have the same breakfast every day. I do that in sports. Again, I hyper focus. I go hard on a food. If I try a new food and I love it, I eat it every fucking day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, sometimes even a snack. Okay. I will eat that shit until I hate it. And then I have to go to something else. So, I don't know what that is, but that's me. I can absolutely do that. And that's the same with something that I'm serious about. I will be serious about something until I'm not, you know? It's like a hyperfixation and then it leads to a burnout. And then a new hyperfixation comes and then the next burnout. It's just a cycle that repeats itself, but it's not the same cycle over and over again. And it's so fucking frustrating because I want to find my thing. I want to find that thing that I can do day in and day out, all the time, consistently, and never tire of it. But I don't have that in me. I don't think I have that in my genes. But I'm still looking. I'm still looking. This is why we're reacting now. Like, maybe I need to do react content. Maybe I need to do a podcast. I can't finish anything that I start half the time. I'll have 10 projects that I start, and I'll be lucky if I finish one. I'll be grateful if I finish one. It's a fucking success to me. If you are serious about it, you'd stick with it. That's like basically calling me a quitter, you know? And I haven't quit. I've just put something on the back burner for a little bit. I got distracted by something else. Or like I have intentions of picking it back up. It just might take a while. That's all. You did that with shawarma for 3 months? Was it chicken shawarma? Oh my God. Damn, Kamineko. Yeah, the first time I had chicken shawarma, I spilt it on my fucking floor and I had like yellow curry stains on my oh, I was so mad. Anyway. Yeah, like uh forcing yourself to stick with something that drains you kills your motivation completely. And so when someone tells me if I were serious about it, I would stick with it, it sounds miserable. Sure, I could do it, but I wouldn't enjoy it anymore. Doing something because you want to versus doing something because you have to, two very different fucking things. Two very different feelings before you get into it. You know? I stream as a surprise, like you just gotta be there. I don't do a schedule. You wanna know why? Because if I did a schedule and I started at the same time every day, I would hate it. And I would quit. But doing it when I want to, when I have something to talk about or something to do, or I'm just lonely and I need company, that's the perfect time for me to stream. And I know that people would love for me to get on a schedule and be consistent, but my consistent is inconsistent. I am consistently inconsistent. My life does not allow for consistency in the way that most people would want, including myself. You know, that's just the way it is. So yeah, that's tough. I think for some people, if they were serious about it, they would stick with it. But that's like telling an alcoholic, if you really didn't want to be an alcoholic, you would just stop drinking alcohol. Do you think it works that way for someone who has a dependency on the shit? Do you think saying that to someone who is addicted to something and knows they need to stop and knows they're doing bad, whether it's gambling, whatever kind of vice it is, do you think that is a healthy way to say something to someone and that it would make them feel good, or that like it would discipline them into doing shit that maybe they need to do, but they don't know how to, or they're not ready for it? Shut the fuck up. No, it isn't. Leah's like, yes, I think it works. Okay, well, for some people it works, for others it doesn't.
So it's another one that I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So there's kind of micro and macro reasons why this does so much damage. So the micro reason in your day-to-day life is losing momentum. So let's go back to me.
Yeah, it makes you feel like
writing
you're a
book
flaky person.
and taking weeks off. You were really serious about writing that book. You'd stick with it and write every day. No, silly Billy.
You write when the inspiration comes.
I am serious about it. I think about it all the time. I obsess about it. I'm constantly anxious about it. And when I go to write it, you won't see me for days. I won't speak to anyone. I won't eat. So I'm very serious with it. My sticking with it just looks different. So that's very much a like sticking with one project that's on your plate right now, whether that's a job, creative thing you're doing, going to the gym. Stick with it every day. Micro. Macro level is your life in general, how you chose to enter the job market.
Yeah.
And the jobs that you've had. So I have worked as a checkout girl. I've worked in a pub, in a clothes shop, for a magazine, for a cancer research charity, trained to be an accountant, worked as an assistant sales trader, worked in a pub. Did I say that already? It's a different pub.
You forgot already.
A lot. You've had a lot of jobs.
Been an admin assistant,
So
been a
have
graphic
I.
designer.
I've had a
Admin
lot of
assistant.
jobs.
Yes.
What?
Didn't last.
I'm sure it didn't.
I worked in a factory for like, I think 3 days, and I was already ready to quit after the first day. And like, it wasn't strenuous in a way that I thought it would be. Like, literally, I was, okay, this was after I went to prison. I didn't go to prison, I went to jail. But after my jail time, after I paid the fines, after I went to court, after I took the test, after I did my community service hours, after all of that, I got my first job at a factory because I thought my life was ruined and this shit was going to be on my public record forever. And I would always have to check that, yes, I have been incarcerated or some shit, I have committed a crime or some shit like that, because they don't ask what you did if you actually did it. They just care that you've been convicted of something, right? So I was like, I can only work in a factory. So I applied to work in a factory and I got the job. And all we were doing was, it was like a paper cup factory or something. It was like paper cups and like the little paper serving trays, like not serving trays, but like the little ones that you might put fries in or something. Paper products. And it wasn't heavy or anything at all. But my job, it was so simple, but I was working the night shift, third shift, 12 hours. So from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., I would be standing in the same position in the factory, packaging paper cups. Okay. Now, again, it wasn't hard to do at all, but I did not have the right shoes. My feet were not, like, my feet were in the most amount of pain they could have ever been, and I couldn't understand why. I did not understand why, and I quit after 3. I think I took a vacation day in the first week, and by the end of the week, I was like, let me get my paycheck and let me stop, because it was not worth it for me personally. But I wasn't prepared. I'd never done nothing like that in my life. That's the worst job for ADHD. It was horrible. But like, honestly, I would do it if it was like working for Amazon, for example. Not that I want to work for Amazon, but I've seen people live streaming while they're working for Amazon. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I could do something like that. Literally talk to people, have a earbud in my ear or something, have headphones on, and like listen to music, listen to a podcast, or talk to somebody, and host my own damn podcast while I'm working. I could do that, maybe. Pikatrix says, I come into after I have been to prison. Yes. I missed the juicy part of the story. You sure did.
Songwriter.
You sure did.
Even now, but
Songwriter,
that's looking back on my
nice.
chaos 20s, but even now it's like aging rock star, podcaster, author, content creator, app developer. Like
Yeah, that's true.
All the
even now.
things. You're a try guy.
If you were serious, you'd stick with it. No. ADHD people need to discover their interests and passions, and you do that by trying
And that
different
changes.
stuff out. And to be successful as a creative, you need to fail. You need to quit.
Fail your way to success.
If I hadn't have quit the 4 music projects I started in my 20s, I wouldn't have a successful one now in my 40s. You have to try things and you have to quit. So it's not even like a soft sell. Don't worry if you can't stick. I'm saying it's good if you don't stick.
Right. So a bit of challenge, just a bit, like, because I agree with everything that you've said, but a couple of things to look out for, right? So whether it's building an app, starting a podcast, starting ADHD Love, or it's House of Resin, the Etsy store where we were making resin coasters. At the start, the first week,
Okay, selfish plug. I see you. I see you.
they all look the same. Like, I would say you're as serious about House of Resin, the RIP House of Resin, as you were for ADHD Love. One didn't work, quit. One, we are here today. But
You could go back to
I
that at any
think that
point, though.
sometimes it is good to quit and realize it's not for you. My challenge is, I think you would have done that for ADHD Love. Like, there was certainly a chance where you were like falling out of love with it. You're getting a little bit like you wanted to do something different. And I dragged you through the coal or mud, pushed you through tar uphill to make sure you carried on.
Yes.
So there is a bit of nuance to it.
So you
Real quick. It reminds me of me also being like the Jane of all trades, or the Jack of all trades, master of none, as they say, where it's like I can do a lot of things. So I feel like ADHD people are like the Swiss Army knife of hobbies or professions, you know, friendships, whatever you want to say. We are the Swiss Army knife, you know? We might not be like the perfect bottle opener, but do you need the perfect bottle opener? You just need to open your damn bottle. So get that Swiss Army knife that you can take everywhere, and it's every tool in one. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I have multiple hobbies and other things. It does feel like a superpower sometimes. Obviously, a lot of times it's not, and it's not glamorous, and it sucks, but there are parts where it is an absolute superpower, 100%. And if we could tap into it all the time, like, we would be unstoppable. But you know, it's like it's like maybe having a supercar, um a car that doesn't work on fuel, it works only on solar power. And maybe you're in fucking not Alaska, maybe I don't know, Greenland, or something, or Iceland, where sometimes you'll have sun for a while, and then you might have no sun for like a majority of the day. It's opposite in Alaska. Sometimes, based on where you are, you can have like, I don't know, 18 hours of sunlight in fucking Alaska. It could be 10 o'clock at night and it's sunny. Like, it's so bizarre and weird and interesting. But yeah, that's how I feel about ADHD. And for me, I don't feel like I've quit any of those things. I've just went on vacation mode, and I can pick them back up at any time. I have probably 5 Etsy shops. I sold stuff on eBay, Amazon. Am I drinking right now? Water. Drinking water. I've had a lot of jobs. I've had a lot of things, and I did quit one, but they fired me because I tried to give in a 2 weeks notice. They're like, yeah, you don't need to do that. So I just stopped showing up. I was like, all right, well, I tried to be professional about it. And then I guess I still didn't do it right. So I ended up getting fired, but technically I quit. Anyway, Element says, when I used to stress about this, my dad would tell me specialization is for insects. And that's a part of a bigger quote that means we're meant to be more than one thing. And that's okay. 100%. Do you hear the snaps? Because 100%. We are multifaceted gems, which means we have multiple sides to us. That means our emotions, our feelings, our hobbies, our interests, our profession. We're multifaceted gems. And 2 things can be true at once with us. And our interests can be a great many of interests. I don't know why people are so obsessed with picking one thing to focus on. I understand starting out focusing on one thing, but why are we so obsessed? Like, it was something that I was terrified of and struggled with from, I don't think from middle school, but from high school. My entire high school, I was terrified of what I'm going to pick to do for the rest of my life in college. What am I going to major in college? And everyone's like, don't worry, you have time, you have time. And I'm like, you don't understand me. I do not do well with making decisions like that. So I ended up choosing general fucking studies because after 4 years of thinking about it, I still didn't know what I wanted to major in college. Ugh.
Have to quit the things getting in the way of what you really want to be doing and what's working for you, whatever that means.
Paper cups.
Once you find the things that are working for you, you do have to hack a way to stick. When in our first couple of years of ADHD Love, I did get bored of making videos in the same way. Of course I do. So actually this is a bit of a hack. If you've got ADHD and something's working and you need to not quit, you need to create things within that world. So there is a reason why we have a podcast.
Yeah.
It was like within the ADHD love world, but I got to go and design logos and think about podcasting and be obsessed with that.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we have a body doubling app. There's a reason why we wrote books. I had to find other high novelty, interest-based things within that world.
Yeah.
So sticking is going to look a little strange. I have to say, music I have always stuck with for decades.
Same.
And
Music
I
is
just think because
everything.
it changes all the time.
Yeah.
Every song is new, every video is new, every album is a new cycle. So it's in a way, perfect job.
And you get to completely change branding, everything for each
And
album,
I feel the
each
same
song,
with
each look,
voiceovers or voice acting.
Right. Should we have a quick word from our
Every
sponsors?
role
Absolutely.
is different.
We have.
I'm so sorry. I love y'all.
We
don't have time for sponsors.
20%.
That is, for me, parties, loud concerts. You should adapt to your life.
So head to the link in the show notes or our bio for 20%
So what are we on,
off.
5 or 6 now?
Let's get back to the episode.
Right, back into it. Number 6.
6.
You should adapt to your environment. Now,
what does that mean? You should adapt to your environment. And they're saying this is damaging. I mean, I've been doing it so long that maybe that's an autistic thing then. Because for ADHD, like, I go with the flow. I'm very, I try to match people's energy and stuff. And after doing it for so long, it's not natural to me, but it's very easy for me to do that. And one thing that I hear from people, not a lot of people, but some people, especially like people that I've dated or whatever, some things that they would say, not even especially, no, one person that I dated, one person that I am no longer friends with, and anyway, it doesn't matter. Some people, I've noticed them come to me, or like very early on, they would say something to me that comes off like a compliment, but the more I think about it, I wonder, is it a compliment or not? Because they would point out how easily I seem to be able to make friends. To them, I seem to attract people faster than I guess they could, maybe. So is that really a compliment? Like, wow, like, you know, you make friends so fast. Like, I'm jealous. Is that a compliment, or is that you fishing for compliments, or is it just like that other person's insecurity talking? Is it their insecurity talking? So they're not really saying, oh, you're good at making friends. What they're really saying is, I can't do that like you. People aren't attracted to me as quickly as they are attracted to you. And it makes me wonder the genuineness of them being around me. Are you around me because you want to be my friend? Or are you around me because you either want to be with me, or you want to be like me, or you want what you think I have? And I struggle with that. So I imagine like a celebrity would probably, like a celebrity or a public figure of some kind would probably struggle with that as well. When people approach them, are they approaching because they are genuinely interested, or do they want something out of that person, whether it's monetary, whether it's, you know, like social status, or, you know what I mean, is opportunistic? Are people approaching celebrities because they genuinely like them and want to get to know them, want their autograph, or do they want like exposure, ride coattails? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I feel like a public figure in any way. That's just a way that I can compare it or contextualize it or whatever. And I wonder, when some people approach me, I get that vibe of, I can't tell if you genuinely like me and want to be my friend, or if you just want to be like me, or whatever it is. Now, this doesn't happen a lot, but when it does happen, it's women. I've never experienced this with a man, but with women. And not all women, just some. And I think these are people that I shouldn't be around. Thankfully, I haven't felt that often, but I could count probably on maybe two hands how many times in my life I felt where somebody, was around me and would ask me questions. And it's like, it, maybe I could compare it to like if someone starts asking you questions, typically you would think that they're interested in you. But what if those questions were the same questions that are like the your secret questions to get into like your bank account? You know what I mean? If you forget your password, you got secret questions, you answer these questions. So if someone starts asking you like, "Oh, what street did you grow up on?" or "What was your first grandfather's maiden name," or some shit. Do you know what I mean? You would feel, I would assume that most people would be like, "Oh, that's a little weird. That's a weird question to ask." So it might make you pause for a second, like, why would they ask? Why would they want to know that? And you might answer it and you might not. That feeling, that's the feeling that I get sometimes. Something like that when some women approach me and want to hang out with me. And I I get of like, why? Why do you want to hang out? Why is this the type of compliment you're making? Why is this the type of question you're asking me? It like I second guess, or I have to take a step back because a lot of times it doesn't feel truly genuine and I can't describe it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that, but I definitely have. And I'm just like, that's weird. you know, that's worth looking into a little bit. Oh, women, who knows what they think? Am I right? When people ask me questions, I assume they want an answer. Unfortunately, not always true. Many people only want you to agree with them or validate their opinion. Some people, yes. All right. God, we've been 2 hours and we've only got halfway.
What
I
I
knew
mean
it.
by
I knew
that
this was going to take me 4 hours. Oh no, I wanted to do this in 2 hours. I was
for
trying,
me,
man. I failed.
parties, loud concerts, trains, being in London. Like you just have to do it. You have to go with the flow. Now I
Women
get it,
culture is
because
different than
if
men
you're
culture.
at a
Interesting.
concert, you do need to be like, you can't just walk out. Well, I suppose you can just walk out.
I've absolutely seen you walk out of concerts.
But like, I suppose it's,
You should adapt to your environment. Now, when they say environment, are they talking like a physical environment? I guess he is when he's saying, well, he takes things literally. So I'm assuming when he hears you should adapt to your environment, I'm assuming he means like a physical environment, which is why they're talking about walking out of concerts. Holy shit, English. Um, but I don't think adapting to your environment necessarily means the physical environment. It could also be like, anyway, I would assume overstimulation is probably a reason why uh adapting to an environment would be difficult for someone with autism or ADHD. Like you don't have to grin and bear shit in life, especially as you get older. Maybe when you're younger and you have to listen to the adults, your elders, and respect your elders and stuff. But like, if you're going to a concert and it's loud, put fucking earplugs in because you could still hear shit. If you go outside and it's sunny, it's too sunny, it's too bright for you, you have sunglasses. There are things that help you adapt to your environment. Or again, you could leave early, like how he's left concerts before, or just choose a different environment entirely. I don't think they are, I don't think that makes you weak. That's just, that's how life is. You have to make accommodations all the time, right? Like, I don't know. I get overstimulated sometimes. I don't think I do as often as someone with autism, but with ADHD, you can get overstimulated by sounds and other, I don't know, fucking emotions and shit, crowds, noises, lights. All these things can trigger your like fight or flight uh um mode. Like even if you want to participate. And that's with ADHD. I want to participate in most things. However, the social anxiety part of me does not allow it, or the self-conscious part of me will not, you know, wear that dress, put on that makeup, and get ready to do this or that, you know? So there are things that hold me back, and a lot of times I can't explain it or describe what it is. It's like just some sort of invisible force. I don't know what it's like for someone with autism, but I would assume most of it has to do with like sensory issues, like processing different uh just I don't know, differences. um and then like some for someone else who's not experiencing it, they'd probably just tell you to toughen up, you know. Everyone has to adapt and manage, but like sometimes things are more difficult for others. So your experience might not be as extreme as mine or someone else's. So I definitely think this is something that uh is a bit damaging to probably most people. Like, cuz like do autistic people experience like a physical pain when they're overstimulated or like sensory overload? Do you feel a physical pain? Zendone, hello, good morning. Hi. I wonder. I wonder what he's gonna say. Let's listen to him. Don't be hard on yourself, dear cult members. After all, this is your first life. So true.
The sense that there's no accommodations and stuff. You should just be able to turn up and not have needs. So I like now actually can't leave the house without either noise cancelling headphones or earplugs.
Yeah.
And in
Yeah,
a concert,
I literally said that. That makes total sense to me, though. But isn't that accommodation? Isn't that adapting? Like, you know, you are going to be overstimulated, or you're going to have sensory overload auditorily, so you leave with headphones to either make sure people don't approach you and talk to you or touch you, or to make loud things not so loud for you. Isn't that adapting to your environment? So I'm confused. But
there'll be some subtle things that I'll do. Like I'll be right at the back. Like if it's a standing one, I'll be right at the back trying to find area, because if I'm sitting there and people are brushing into me and bumping into me, the rage and the discomfort that I feel, I just want to leave. I hate it.
It was when we went to the Architects concert. Is the happiest I've ever seen you. You had your loops in, you were stood at the back, like right at the back on the side, and you were watching. You actually started like dancing and getting into it. Being like, this guy's brilliant. I've never sort of seen you like that. And that's because we had the earplugs. That's because we chose to stand at the back.
But then conversely, when we went to see President, I immediately hated it. Like not them, but the location. You saw someone you knew, they started having a conversation. I didn't know who they were. I was getting bumped into every 5 seconds. So I just walked off. Do you remember?
Love how the person is Dan Carter from Radio 1.
Oh.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. But you didn't know. So it was.
I just walked off. I was like, I'm not. Take your time, babe. Love you. See you later.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
take your time, babes.
Music legend and icon. I'm walking off. Yeah. So I guess it's this sense of you should just grin and bear it, deal with it.
Yeah.
For the sake of the social whole. Now, I'm not challenging you because I 100% agree. I love to see you rocking out in your earplugs in a corner. This is brilliant. And I get a gig buddy, so it's working out well. But the sort of the people pleaser in me is kind of like, yeah, like you do need to fit in. You do need to be liked and be accepted. You do need to not make it about yourself. So there is something about wanting to fit in, wanting to be seen as going with the flow, being part of the flock, to not stand out.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't bother me though. Like Dan Carter probably thinks I'm well weird. I don't care. I did not want to stand where I was standing, so I moved away. I neither grin.
You shouldn't care if you're weird. I think all of us are weird about something or a lot of things, and embrace it, you know? Find other people that are weird like you, or like you your weirdness or like you in spite of being weird. What is wrong with being weird? I don't think anything is wrong with being weird. Not that anyone said there's something wrong, but I'm just saying there's nothing wrong. Leo says, it was from a K-drama. I borrowed the quote. Where's the quote? Leo, what's the quote? Spit it out. Don't be hard on yourself, dear cult members. Is that one? This is your first life? Was it that K-drama about the guy who died? Like, oh, should I? Is it a spoiler if I? He died multiple. He was meeting death and he died multiple times. Is it that? Is it that, or is it something else? Because I watched that and I liked it.
Nor bear it. That is my motto.
I love it. Neither grin nor bear. We need to put that on a t-shirt.
My interests
that
are pretty
is
weird.
literally. I love that. I love that you.
Tell us you won't. Tell us one weird interest you have. 1, 2, 3, go.
You are so proudly who you are.
Yeah.
You keep doing that, buddy.
Yeah, you keep being you.
Okay.
Weird, you proud.
Number
weird.
7, back to the ADHD lens.
Number 7.
Other people manage, so why can't you?
Other people manage, so why can't you? Well, I think it's obvious how that's damaging. That's why compare. Like, ew. Like, if you ever see a drama, since we're talking about dramas, if you've ever seen a drama with like bad parenting, they'll always compare you to a sibling or someone else's child. Why can't you be more like so and so? They can deal with this, so why can't you? Because we're two different fucking people. That's why. Why would you compare someone, especially a neurodivergent person, to a neurotypical person? That just makes your disability or your differently abledness invisible. Why would you want to invalidate someone because their executive dysfunction? Like, it's not laziness. We just operate differently. It's like Mac versus Linux versus Windows. They're all still computers. We're all still humans, but we function fucking differently. Okay? That's offensive. Other people manage, so why can't you? Shut the fuck up. How about that? Other people can shut the fuck up. Why can't you? That's what I would say in my head, because I wouldn't actually say that out loud because people pleaser. Anyway, but like basic tasks is where I notice this the most as someone with ADHD, like laundry or doing the dishes or even answering fucking emails. If you looked at my email, I probably have thousands of unread emails that I didn't throw away, that I didn't unsubscribe from, like, because it's gotten so out of hand that it's like, what's even the point of like looking back that far and trying to delete or read an email that I got 5 years ago? What's the actual point? You know what I mean? But there's also maybe a pack rat part of me that's like, something might be important, so maybe I shouldn't delete anything. And one day I'll eventually get to it, knowing full well there's no way I'm going to read back through 5,000 fucking unanswered emails. It's not happening. So that's why, like, when some people want to contact like a streamer, for example, especially if they have ADD, object permanence. If you send them a DM and they don't answer right away or at all, it's okay to try again another time, another day, whatever, and bring your DMs back up to the top. Because again, as a streamer, as an entertainer or whatever, they probably have a lot of messages and they might have seen it and then got distracted by something and had all full intention to go back and answer it. Or maybe it was something that they've answered before so many times and so they just skip it because it's like, I'm sure if this person actually looked in my frequently asked questions, they would find the answer to that question or something like that. You know what I mean? So there's probably a reason. And a lot of times it's just that they didn't get to it yet, or they got distracted, and it's not that they're purposely trying to ignore you. So it's okay to try again. And if the second time around they still don't respond, then okay, then not necessarily take that personally, but take that as maybe this isn't something they want to talk about or ready to talk about right now. And, and then you move on. And it's the same thing in a live stream. Do you think I catch every message in stream? No. Do you think I'm doing it on purpose? No, I hope not. I'm not purposely not reading things. It's just there's a lot of you and there's one of me, right? And it's the same thing in other streams. And I think the bigger or more popular a stream is, the more it's like socially accepted or understandable that your messages most likely aren't going to be read. But, but it's really nice when your message is noticed, right? It's really nice when someone is having a conversation with you. So, I don't know, go to a smaller community, I guess, or someone without ADHD. Like, I don't know. That's one thing that really impresses me with my friends, my streamer friends, is they have this amazing ability to be able to keep up with chat so much better than I can. I'm so easily distracted. Everything y'all say reminds me of a story time, and it takes everything in me not to share a story time every time someone says something. Like Zendone said yes in all caps. Yes, girl. I could think of something. Maybe a song pops in my head. Something as simple as that could absolutely trigger or unlock a fucking core memory. And then I have to go down the story time. Anthony says I repeated the same joke 3 times. The 3rd time nurse saw it and laughed. See, exactly. So, there's a limit though. Don't spam shit. But it's okay to repeat something once or twice.
It's very much
before long you can have a Mimi AI that will apply to everything in Mimi style.
ADHD struggles because they're seen as silly or made up or not important, and this sense that like it's just the washing up, it's just staying on top of the lawn, like literally.
Yes, it is a simple task, but when I tell you, things like laundry, they have multiple steps. So it's easy to forget to go back and do the thing because it's not something that you go to and you can finish it all in one go. You go, you separate your laundry. If you do that, some people don't even do that much, but you separate your laundry maybe by lights, darks, colors, whites, things that need to be bleached, things that need to be pressed, whatever. You put your laundry in the wash. Then it gets washed. You put soap in, whatever you do, then you have to wait for it to wash. And if you're not rich enough to have a 2-in-1 washer dryer, once it's done washing, you have to take it out, hang it up to dry, or move it to the dryer. That's another step. And then it has to dry. You have to either wait, or most likely, if you have ADD, you're doing something else in the meantime while you wait. If you don't set a timer, you will forget. Even if you set a timer, you might snooze that timer and forget. Something might happen. A phone call happens. Something important is happening. Maybe you're making dinner. Maybe you're in the middle of watching a show. Maybe you're taking a shower. Maybe you fell asleep. I don't know. Maybe you got a baby somewhere. Something else is happening. And so that one little simple task for one person ends up being difficult for you because it's broken up into 3 or 4 separate steps. Because once it's done drying, now you got to take it out and hang it up or fold it or separate it again. Like, you know what I mean? There's so many steps that cannot just be done at one time, that it gives you so many opportunities to kind of fuck it up and forget. And how many times, like, how many of you have forgotten your clothes in the wash or the dryer and they've kind of gone like a little sour and smelling, and now you got to start over and wash it again? Guess what? When you have ADHD, you're more likely to have that happen a lot more often. And so now you're wasting water and resources. You know what I mean? Like, and you're not doing it on purpose. I promise. But there are things that we can do. There are tools that we can have that would make it easier. Again, setting alarms or timers or something like that, or having a friend hold you accountable and reminding you, oh, cool. All right, got to do this thing. Right. But
literally everybody does it. It's like basic needs 101. Come on now.
It's not that we don't know how to
do it. Come on now. And that leads to this horrible, horrible sense that you're broken, that something's wrong with you if you can't
Happy birthday,
get
Anthony.
these basic needs. And I lived that way.
Did you
for
say
so
spam?
long, and
Yes,
I let
I
loads of
was
people speak
Thank you
to
for the
me in that
mangoes.
way. Everyone else could have come on, stop making a mountain out of a molehill. This is easy. You should be able to do it. This is basic.
Yeah. I mean,
It's easy to start.
I feel
Sometimes.
really sad for you and everyone with ADHD because I'm sure they get it a lot. But I also, you have to actually proactively change the way that you feel though with that.
Okay. So changing the way you feel, is that similar to adapting to your environment? Possibly. The thing that all sensory people might struggle with. Like, I understand that someone with autism might love doing laundry or chores, right? Like, it's totally different in your brain. You might experience fucking euphoria from washing a fucking dish. I don't know how, but apparently some people might. Okay, not me, fam. Not me. Like, washing dishes for me, doing laundry for me is like going outside without my headphones for you. Going to a concert in the middle of the fucking mosh pit. Do you know what I mean? It's not exactly the same. But I mean, it's as much of a struggle in a different way. Anthony says, I messaged a friend that I was too busy to chat right now as I was finally focused on being productive modeling. 30 minutes later, I was still sending messages while I was too busy to chat. Oh, they took you out of your hyper focus unintentionally. 100%, Anthony. That is why I'm on D&D on Discord. And it doesn't mean don't message me. And this is something that I think I need to tell people more. I think people assume when I'm D&D that I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want anybody to message me. And it's not that. It's I don't like the ping, because the ping will distract me. I will stop what I'm doing, whatever I'm hyper focusing on, and I will go check on the thing immediately, like it's an emergency. And more often than not, it is not an emergency at all, right? It's just someone wanting to have a conversation, someone wanting to play a game, someone spamming me, someone hacking me, whatever. It's something that's not really important. So I don't want ding, 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 ding. Like, I get so many notifications because, again, ADHD, I'm in so many communities. I have a lot of acquaintances or friends or whatever. So I will get a lot of notifications if I don't have it on D&D. It's literally because the sound is overwhelming for me, you know? I have to mute Discord. I don't like shit flashing on my screen. I don't like the sound. Again, anti ASMR. I don't like it. I don't like repetitive sounds. And notification sounds, that's just one for me personally. So I want people to message me, but guess what? I will get it when I get it. When I look for the messages, I will see them and then I will respond, you know? But I don't, I'm just not going to respond right away. I'll respond when I look, when I remember that I have Discord open. It's not my birthday, says Anthony. My birthday was May 5th, and everyone already said happy birthday, including you. I think, stop your trickery, Abel. This is the Goldie Gate happening all over again. It's Tony's birthday. Happy birthday, Tony. In general, his takes have been insightful. Basically, just because you have ADHD doesn't let you off the hook for your responsibilities and improving yourself. I agree with that. I can absolutely agree with that. I definitely think all of us, neurodivergence, no matter what it is, we have, you know, should I say we have a responsibility? I don't know. That might be too much, but we have the ability to find or access tools that can help us have an easier experience, be less overloaded or less worried, or, adapt to our environment, or manage better, or self-regulate. So, yeah, that's why I find it interesting. I like seeing and learning how other people work through things, deal with things, and maybe I could try something like that and maybe it will work for me. That'll be cool. but I don't see myself as broken and needing to be fixed. And I hope other people don't either. I hope other neurodivergents don't see themselves as broken. We're not broken, we're just different. When the plate's coming out, oh my god. The ping is the devil. I'm so glad I'm not the only one who agrees. Panda, hi. I swear we mentioned you. There's like multiple pandas in the community, and I was like, which panda? And I think it's you, but I don't remember. Do I remember what it was? No, I don't. I don't. Maybe it was like your icon, how blue it is. Squishy, ping disabled 100%. Good morning, everybody. I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible because I feel like people are going to stream and we can go raid out. So, you know, I don't want to keep going over time. So let's continue.
So, like, as the other person, because I can see you lose headphones or misplace or lose your phone.
Yes, Squishy, I love that
times in 5 minutes. And like my natural state is, how are you doing this? How are you continually making this same mistake over and over? And like, I would never say that, Bubby, because I love you and I know that you're not doing it on purpose because I can see how frustrated you are in you. But the natural mental state is sometimes a bit confused about how.
How are you not learning?
I know it's mean, but it's like I can't help it.
I don't think it's that we haven't learned something though. It's just I don't know. I get it. Trust. We are just as frustrated as you are. Trust me. We had to live with this for our entire lives. We're frustrated too. Don't worry. Like, we've had to live with disappointing our family or whoever around us all the time with our shit. Like, you know, trust me. We also wonder some of these questions, you know, ask these questions and wonder these things. It ain't easy. It ain't easy having a special brain.
When I was a kid,
Spicy brain.
I used to
Oh, do you think she's gonna cry? She seems like she's getting emotional. I'm sorry. I hope she's okay.
try and run into the garden. We had glass doors and I would run into the glass doors. You're laughing, but it really hurts.
Ouch, Charlie, that really hurt. And it's still hurting. Yeah, no shit, it hurts to run into a glass door.
And my parents didn't understand why I wasn't learning. Like, she's running full belt into a glass door. It's hurting.
Oh.
And she keeps doing it. They got a little fake stained glass thing for me to paint. I painted it lovely blue and red and green, lovely. I still see it now. And
Stick it on.
stuck that on the glass
That's
door.
smart.
So I had a visual signal and it worked for a few days because I just painted it. So I was like in awe of my own little painting.
And then you couldn't see it again.
What happens? Back to running into the door.
But the thing is, right? So somebody running into a glass door, I can see how that could happen. Like, you don't know it's there. The difference between maybe me doing it and you doing it, I would maybe do it once a year or once every 5 years. You could probably do it twice in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. It's not that bad. He said I could do it maybe once a year. You could do it twice in 5 minutes. Bro, tell me I have a bird brain without telling me. What the fuck? Yes, bird brain. Literally, because it doesn't register. It's the registering. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but it just doesn't register sometimes. But listen, that's not me. I I hope he's exaggerating, but I don't know if autistic people exaggerate. So, like, he might genuinely think she would do that twice in 5 minutes. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. We gotta pause. There is actually a video of a girl repeatedly walking into a glass door. Hold on. This is what he's saying his wife is. Look at this.
Oh, she was a little bit running.
He's embarrassed. Sorry, sorry. Again.
Oh, she looks like drunk.
She did it 3 times, bro. This is what he's saying. His ADHD brain. He's like, yeah, maybe I'll do it like once a year, yeah? You could do that shit twice in 5 minutes. Shut the fuck up. For the visual learners, this is what I'm seeing when he says that. Damn. Is it that bad? Are we that cooked? Chat, am I cooked? Element says, right, I don't willfully choose to disappoint or hurt people I care about or myself by forgetting or procrastinating. Yes, we end up hurting ourselves too, you know? So of course it's not on purpose. We're not well, I don't know, maybe some of y'all are masochists, but I'm not. It just doesn't work. He knows, he has probably watched it happen. Damn. Some do. I mean, that's more of an insult than saying you make friends easily. But again, coming from someone with autism, they might not actually be trying to insult. I don't fucking know how it works. But yes, a lot of times it feels like they're saying insulting shit. That's why I'm like, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? I don't like that comparison. To get the point across or for comedic purpose. That's what I'm saying. Like, it feels like that's comedic, but I don't know if he's joking. He might not be joking.
Every day, you do not learn from mistakes that hurt you very much. By the way, that is the same for why we're always flustered and late every day. Well, because you haven't given yourself enough time. Why don't you just learn? I don't know. I wish we could. Anyway, other people manage why.
Yeah, like, I don't know how to describe what that is, but it's just like maybe how some of us have an internal body clock that no matter what time you go to sleep, you might still wake up at the same time just before the alarm goes off, you know? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but it's like I could wake up earlier. I could set my alarm earlier, wake up earlier, and still be late. Make it make sense. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's all ADHD. Like, I don't want to blame everything or say everything is because of this, but I have a special skill. I'm also Jamaican, and we have JPT, Jamaican People Time. And we say 4 o'clock and we get there at 6. So, you know, we don't show up anywhere early. So I have it in my blood on top of the spicy brain noodles. Speaking of spicy nudes, I need to go to Costco and get like a fat pack of spicy noodles. I ran out.
Why can't you? The reason they can manage is
look at his
because
face. He knows he's talking shit.
Which I'm very, very happy for them. But some
yes, the
people
doors.
do.
Okay, pause. The doors were confusing, Anthony. So 100%. But she walked with conviction every time. No, she just busted her face, and you can tell she's embarrassed because she knows people are there. And so I think she was like trying to hurry up and like leave so that she can leave the embarrassing situation, and then bust her face a second time. And now she's like, God. And so now she's not even looking, and she just walks where she thinks the next space is. A third time she hits her fucking head, bro. That's diabolique. I feel bad. Like, I know she's embarrassed for life because they filmed it and shared it. Oh my God. She is never going to tell anyone that's her. I got distracted. What number are we on now? We are on 7? Yeah,
And
it's taken a long time.
it is going to be
Yeah.
laughably strange.
Oh, that was funny. I'm sorry, but it was funny.
It's okay.
Number 8. Emotions should look a certain
Yes, it
way.
does, Abel.
This one's very personal to me, and I'm sure to a lot of autistic people.
Emotions should look a certain way. Well, I don't think they should look a certain way, but typically, usually they do. So a lot of us read emotions in people's faces or body language or whatever. So some people are easier to read than others. And I assume it probably isn't easy to read an autistic person's body language or whatever. You don't have to do something in a certain way. However, you might have people thinking you're upset when you're not. Like a lot of people, they say they might have resting bitch face, and so people might think you're upset or unhappy, or vice versa. They might think you're happy and excited, when maybe you're not, right? Or maybe you just have a very flat, like non-expressive expression on your face all the time, so people just are confused around you because they don't know you're not wearing your emotions on your sleeve. But there's no rule that says you have to, at least not that I know of. So, but I understand where he's coming from. I absolutely understand where he's coming from. Where if you have like a monotone voice, for example, people might not be able to read you. And so some people don't like when they can't read someone, when they can't assess a situation. So just like how autistic people struggle with understanding social cues and whatnot from other people obviously would struggle reading that person because they can't read the room, sometimes. So like if you have like a monotone voice or delayed reactions, all of these things are valid. You don't have to perform happiness. You don't have to perform sadness for you to be happy or sad or for it to be real. It's just someone else can't read it, and I'm assuming other people are making it a problem for you, and that's unfortunate. I don't know. Cause like for me, I don't feel emotions super extreme all the time. Maybe like when I'm on stream, I'm more emotive because I feel like I need to be, or I'm more in the moment and it's like improv or whatever. But typically if I'm not streaming, I'm not this reactive all the time. I say that and then I'm like, no, I probably am sometimes. But typically I feel like in a relationship context, that's one of the complaints that I get is I'm not as expressive because I don't know what the fuck I'm feeling. I don't know how to tell you how I feel because I don't know what the fuck I don't know myself well enough sometimes. But yeah, I think I can read emotions fairly well, expressions fairly well, but I don't know. I don't have practice with, I guess, neurodivergent people that get in fights are usually already upset. The way they navigate this is pretty good. Exactly like, let me give you an example. Have you ever, speaking of fights, right, Zendone? When there was a clip of some guy getting all big and mighty on like the metro, on the train, and he was, I guess, getting in people's faces, and people were like kind of trying to back off. And there was this other person this kid, I don't know, who was just like deadpan. He wasn't expressive. He wasn't expressing fear or anger at this guy. He was standing still, kind of, sort of, I guess, minding his own business. I'm not sure. But then the guy is getting in his face next, you know? And he's kind of like, what are you going to do? Kind of shit. And then the guy, he like remained calm. You did not see any expression in his face. And he 1-2 punched the man. The man was knocked out with the first punch. He didn't even feel the second one, I'm sure of it. And he is on the ground. This dude that was all big and mighty trying to threaten people on the train got knocked the fuck out because he's sitting there pretending to be crazy while the other one, the quiet one, was sitting there pretending to be normal. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say that they're crazy or not, but I'm just saying in context, to give context, like, people's expressions don't always match how they feel on the inside. This guy was calm as fuck. You would never have expected him to be able to explode in 1-2 punch this dude clean out. Like, I would be surprised if he still had shoes on. He got knocked to another dimension. And this guy was calm the whole time until the last second. And he snapped. Do you know what I mean? So I don't want to, like, I hope I'm not making it look like, you know, people are crazy and all of this. That's just where my mind went to give like a sort of visual representation of like, yes, sometimes people's emotions don't align visually, and that's fucking okay, at least in my opinion. It just makes people harder to read. That's all. I remain non-expressive in all situations. That's so interesting. That's so interesting to me. I don't know how expressive I am visually. I don't, I mean, I think I'm more expressive vocally just because I have been, you know, doing voiceovers and kind of sort of like improv acting and stuff. But I'm not out here trying to be a real actor. So all right, let's continue.
So like the way it and it
The guy
can
got sat
work
down
both
with
ends
a,
of the
a mother.
spectrum.
I wish a motherfucker would
It can be
exactly
sadness, like
that a motherfucker
you're
did exactly
expected
red.
to cry or look a certain way or be all dramatic about something, or when you're even grateful or happy.
I don't know where this have to do that to show you in the film. So it's dramatized. I'm buffering. I'm buffering. Oh man. Well, it is what it is. It's maybe it's time. We're back. All right, cool. I wonder if to some people they're thinking that they need we're back. Welcome back. I wonder if people think that they need to be as expressive as actors in a drama. And you don't. But it's okay to be a little bit expressive. But like if it doesn't come naturally to you, it just doesn't come naturally to you. Why hast thou forsaken me? In thine heart forsaken me. That's making me think of a System of a Down song, and I don't want to sing it and get copyright struck.
You should be full of energy and joy and smiley and excited.
Neurotypical take nonconformity as a threat.
Monotonous, facially and with my tone. So if I'm sad or happy, there's not a huge difference in my face, I don't think.
No.
Like, I can smile, obviously, but
you laugh.
Do you experience joy? I wonder if we all experience joy the same way. I don't know.
There's kind of a joke going on, you can laugh. But if it's good news or someone sharing something with you and they want to see you smiling, you don't. There's nothing there. And this is, again, something I feel so much guilt for because I've been like, don't you care? I've just shown you this. I told you this, that you're not listening. Or
so when ADHD forgets, they don't care. And when autists don't smile, they don't care. That's the the feeling or something. That's so interesting. I count how many times I've said interesting today. Cheese.
Are
Make
you
me drunk
angry
as
at me? Like, what's going
AF.
on? And I totally understand now. I have no
Abel is
expectation of
here.
a facial offering from you.
Yeah.
If I tell you something that means a lot to me and you say that's very good, Bubby, that's all I need. And if I need more, I'll say, can I have a cuddle and a rub on the back and a well done, please? Yep.
That's my thing though, is I don't want to have to tell my partner how to treat me all the time. Like, but I understand sometimes people need that. And I do understand that nobody is a mind reader. But that, that again, that goes back to good communication. And that's why I think it would make these types of these relationships difficult and challenging, not impossible, but definitely challenging. And I can only imagine what these two have been through throughout their relationship. I can only imagine. And I know the fuck I would struggle, and I'm sure my partner would struggle with me. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, relationships are already hard, to add two neurospicy brains into the mix. Damn. Damn, you really gotta love each other. That's all I know. Howdy, Mimi. Hi, Abel. It's been a day since we see Abel. Are you alive? Are you functioning? Are you okay? How are you up at this hour? How are we here? I don't super laugh very often. I've gotten more expressive as I've done work with emotions. Nice. You have to tell an autistic partner. And don't infantilize autistic people. In many cases, we have put infinite energy understanding other people. I don't know. I feel like if I were autistic, I would be exhausted. It seems exhausting having the whatever must be going through your spicy brains all the time. And I'm very much, I feel like I might be opposite in a lot of ways, where sometimes my brain empty. Like, sometime brain empty, and you'll be lucky if you could even get a fart out of it. Like, I don't know. I just be sitting there and I don't know, like, sometimes brain empty. So, but with that, the plus side is I have no trouble sleeping. I have no trouble getting over something. I don't hold grudges for very long at all. Some, but typically I can't remember what you said. I remember you said something and I knew I didn't like it, but I couldn't quote it. You know? You're doing farts wrong, by the way. How about that? I Listen, the brain be empty sometimes. The brain is full of useless information. Brain is full of useless information. And I have no room for actual important things that I want to know. Thank you for the Bonk TV app. What's HZ? Humanity, probably. He's game. The HC is calling strongly, not gonna lie. I'm telling you. And sometimes you just want to do something to make your brain blink. And I think for autistic people, it's not the same. Like, I can play a game, and since my brain is full of focusing on this game, there is nothing else in my head. There is nothing distracting me, nothing bothering me. I'm hyper focusing on this game. But I don't think it's the same for an autistic person. I assume they're trying to focus on the game, but maybe they have a whole bunch of other things, and there's a lot of little things that they don't understand or that they want to overstand and uh and like make sense out of things that don't really need to be hyper focused on. And I imagine that would make shit exhausting. Aw, Squishy has both. So yeah, you could be full and empty at the same time, maybe. But yeah, like, again, I don't know what it's like, but I wonder if is that what would make a game that I like, something that someone else might not like. It can be the same though. Pinterest. Imagine trying to reconcile these two people into one person. I wonder what's it like to have ADHD and be autistic at the same time. I wonder. ADHD, I guess they would call it, right? Isn't that? Do they say ADHD is like a relationship between someone who's ADHD and someone else who's autistic? Or is that one person who has autism and ADHD? It sucks, says TBF. Did they mention alexithymia? I have no idea what that is. I don't believe so. Yes, it's called ADHD. Okay, so I was right. Having both ADHD and autism, I would imagine like you're competing with yourself, like two brains in one. You literally a Jekyll and Hyde in the same brain. Like maybe like an eternal freaking tug of war or something. So yeah, you're probably even more exhausted than anyone else. But like that probably makes you really creative. I would assume. Like, let's see. Maybe you would want routine, like the autism in you wants routine and predictability and deep focus, but the ADHD in you wants stimulation and maybe you're jumping between interests. So it's like your brain's fighting against itself. I have brain works different from most people. It means my brain works different from most people. Yes, my ADHD wants dopamine right now. My autism wants a routine, and the two don't align often. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Well, please do let me know if I ever do anything that triggers you guys. I don't typically take things personally. So it should be fairly easy to communicate with me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. TBF says alexithymia, I feel like it's like mesothelioma, that's what I'm trying to say, is emotional blindness. Essentially, you can't tell your own emotions to a certain degree. Some people apparently have it so bad they don't realize they become hungry before they get dizzy from it, though that's an extreme example. Oh, I've never heard of that. I wonder if I have that. Let's see. How do you know if you have alexithymia? Interesting, TBF. I'm gonna look it up. Alexithymia. Oh, it's spelled differently. Okay. Means no words for emotions or emotional blindness. It's not that you don't have emotions. It's that your brain has a hard time identifying, labeling, describing, or differentiating what you're feeling. Many people with it only recognize very broad states like good, bad, tired, or fine. It's very common in autism and ADHD, and especially ADHD. Estimates suggest 40 to 65% of autistic people and a significant portion of ADHDers experience it to some degree. I think I do, but let's continue. Common signs you might have alexithelioma. That's not how I'm just going to say it like that for funsies. Here's how it often shows up. When someone asks, "How are you feeling?" or "How do you feel about that?" your mind often goes blank and you say, "I don't know, fine," or "Okay." Yeah, I never know how to answer that question. I don't know how to answer that question. And I think it's so weird and so silly that I don't know how to answer, because it seems like a simple question. And I typically just go with the standard socially acceptable, yeah, fine, or okay, because I don't know how to answer that any other way. You describe emotions through physical sensation instead. My chest feels tight. I have a headache. I'm exhausted, rather than naming the emotion. Wait, there's an emotion behind having a headache? Huh? Wait, what's the emotion? You struggle to tell the difference between emotions that feel similar. For example, anxiety versus excitement versus anger. I don't know. Other people say you seem flat, unemotional, or hard to read, even when you feel a lot inside. You prefer talking about facts, logic, or practical things rather than feelings. You have trouble knowing why you're upset or what triggered it until much later, sometimes hours or days. Yes, that's me. Where it's like, I'm pretty sure I feel upset, but I don't know how to explain it. But I think that's also a little bit of trauma, because I don't want to be misunderstood about trying to explain how I feel, so I would much rather not explain it at all, you know? Because I've been in relationships or friendships where people essentially tell me what's wrong with me or what I'm doing wrong because they feel uncomfortable or upset, instead of being like, I feel upset because I feel this way or this happened, right? It's like, you did this. And I don't like people pointing fingers and placing blame when you can have an adult conversation about it. And sure, maybe I need a compliment fucking sandwich, but like, I don't like, especially like, I don't know, like, uh, I I don't know. I don't fucking know feelings clearly, but I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird. You have trouble knowing why you're upset. In relationships, people might accuse you of being detached or not care. Bitch, do I have whatever this Alexis disease is? Detached or not caring, even though you do. I 100% do, and I 100% hear that. Not 100% of the time, but 50% of the time. For ADHD folks specifically, the ADHD side can make emotions feel intense and overwhelming. What's RSD? Emotional hyperarousal? What the fuck? What's RSD? The autistic side plus alexithymia. 2 seconds. Oh. Rejection sensitive dysphoria. Oh, I'm learning so many new things today. Also dying, so please excuse. Hold on, let's put some music on. Ah. I have Tourette syndrome, not vocal tics, just motor tics. I learned to control them, but when I was a kid, they were bad. I still get triggered occasionally. Do you mean triggered as in you get upset by it, or your tics are occasionally triggered? Or both? The internet comes for you sometimes. True. The internet's coming. No, this is TBF. TBF came for me this time. I'm super anxious about being rejected. I have trauma from being rejected, and it can be from being different or childhood issues. I'm really sorry. Thank you for sharing that. That's rough. I think I also am anxious about being rejected, but probably not to a point of it stopping me from doing things. I do have social anxiety, though, that stops me from doing stuff, which is why I'm chronically online, because I feel more safe and comfortable in my own home than I do outside. I'm sure there are multiple things with that. It's not just being social, it's not just being a woman, it's not just being a Black woman in America. It's like a combination of a bunch of things. And the longer I stay away from something, the more intense it gets, or the more difficult it gets to work through it or deal with it. Like if you have a toothache, the longer you stay away from the dentist, the more scared you're going to be to go to the dentist, because you know that the situation is worse and worse and worse. Type shit. Let's see. The autistic side plus alexithymia can make it hard to name or process those emotions. And the result, you might explode, shut down, or feel confused by your own reactions. This ties directly into Rule 8. Interesting, Guru. Interesting. Very Pinterest. I think for sure where they said like how emotions should look a certain way, that's where we're at now, and I'm just like, it definitely ties into that where wow, I lost train of thought. Holy shit. I don't remember. What was I saying? See how you can lose train of thought as you're literally typing? Disgusting. Where emotions should look a certain way. So basically, like, I guess society expects visible, named feelings and emotions, which probably feel impossible for us and shameful when you have something like this alexithelioma. Society, you say? Yes, we live in one, believe it or not. Society neurotypicals are the worst. I don't want to put everyone in a box, but some are definitely the worst. I would 100%. Spike! Hello, welcome on YouTube. Or ow, ooh, ooh, I stubbed my toe while sitting down. I didn't even go anywhere. I love that. Is that my glass wall moment? If it happens again.
And then you do that, so you really need a bit more guidance.
Yeah, it must be quite triggering to your RSD though, my face and tone.
RSD,
yes,
maybe historically.
Of course,
Also
because
confused.
I'm always looking for signals that people don't like me, aren't interested in me.
Audio's dead? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I'll try to rewind it. Apologies. Oh gosh, you hear me twice. It's disgusting. Here? Was this where we were? Or were we here? Where were we, darling? Where were we, darling? Can you?
Yeah, you're the same.
Okay, you can hear it now. I don't know where we were.
Get a sort of monotone voice and a flat face. It's very
though, my face and tone, or
Yes.
maybe historically.
Of course, because
Apologies.
I'm always looking for signals that people don't like me, aren't interested in me, are judging me, and you
I'm a
get a
professional
sort of
streamer
monotone
here.
voice and
Hi.
a flat face. It's very easy to project onto that something negative, but I don't anymore, and it's so lovely because I've just learned. And yeah, you're the same with, you can receive some really horrible news and be like, oh right, this is happening, or amazing news, all right, this is happening. And it's quite similar. Very often I might see tears or happiness a week or a couple of weeks later.
Yeah.
So processing is very
Weeks
different.
later.
So
Yeah.
it's so important not to project ourselves onto other people. So for me, who's super expressive, crying all the time, bit less these days.
Yeah, well, crying's not a bad thing anyway.
Therapy's working, yeah, but not every day.
No, yeah, that's true.
Hello,
It's very important for me not to
Yoshi
go,
on
I
Twitch.
smile and light up or cry and
94
get sad,
years,
therefore
darling.
I need to see that in you. We must just accept people who they are, and it's beautiful and we love it.
Works the other way around as
Is it hard to just accept someone as they are and accept and understand that they are different and function different than you and might not always see eye to eye with you? Is that, like, I'm assuming most of us who are neurodivergent grew up with someone who feels completely different than us, who functions completely different than us, mainly a parent or a sibling. Is that hard to accept? Is it possible to just accept differences? By the way, when neurotypicals project their issues onto me, it is my issue. I am disgruntled. For most people, it is impossible to understand that people can be different. So for me, I understand that people can be different, and I also understand that some types of different are not right for me to be around. And I try not to make it the other person's problem. I don't know if I'm adult enough and mature enough to do those things in the right way. But if something is mentally draining for me, especially after a long time, and I'm typically someone who stays in something that I'm not in, like a state of mind or around a certain person, or in a certain relationship longer than I want to be, longer than I should be. Like I will get out of it, and I hope that I don't make that someone else's problem. Don't know if I do. But like, I don't know how much I believe in higher powers or any sort of thing, but you know, people say people come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. You know, has anyone heard of that thing or that phrase? Sometimes you meet people so they can be your lesson or you're their lesson. Sometimes, you know, it's the complete opposite of that. Has anyone heard this saying before? My mom used to say that to me all the time. No, but reasonable. So it's a popular saying. I don't know if it's only in the US. And it's supposed to be comforting, to help you understand why some relationships, whatever they are, if they're familial, romantic, you know, friendship, whatever kind of relationship, why some of them start, why some of them change, or why some of them stop or end, you know? Like some people come into your life for a reason, as in they might have come to teach you something, like a lesson or a skill or a new perspective. You know, when you try to put yourself in someone else's shoes, I don't know if people do that, not everybody does, or to help you through some particular challenge or obstacle in your life. like a mentor. Maybe they're pushing you at the right time. Maybe they're getting you through something really difficult. Maybe they help you during a crisis. Like, maybe they are setting boundaries, or they reveal your boundaries because they keep crossing them, and they help you realize what boundaries you have and what things you do and don't like. Or I don't know, whatever. Anyway, once that reason is fulfilled, that relationship typically fades away. Sometimes people are with you for a season, as in it's a temporary connection. So maybe you got a seasonal job, right? So some seasonal jobs might include during winter, during holiday, like the end of the year holidays, like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Typically businesses get a lot of traffic, like Black Friday. So sometimes they will hire temporary or seasonal employees to help with the influx of companies, company, you know what I'm trying to say, traffic and people and whatever work that needs to be done. And so during that time, maybe you meet somebody. So it's a very specific example. A seasonal relationship is not always going to be like that, but that's just an example. There's a temporary connection for whatever reason, and it lasts for a specific period or phase of your life. Like it can be like intense joy. It can be, but it has an expiration date, like a summer fling, it's just a summer long, and it's probably something that you remember for the rest of your life. Maybe you'll look back on it fondly. Maybe you'll look back on it not fondly at all, but it was something that was temporary. It wasn't meant to be a lifelong thing. It could be a close friend that you have during like you have a hobby or a certain job or school, or it could be a romantic partner, like I said, like a summer fling, or I don't know what else. Just someone you bond with during something like some sort of major life transition. It doesn't always have to be major, but typically it is. And they end because maybe someone went into the military, or they're in a military family, so they have to move locations, or their interest shifts, so they're not into this hobby anymore, or they lost their job, or they got a new job, right? So those types of things end. Those are seasonal. What was the last one? Lifetime. Those are more rare, but those tend to be deeper connections, and they tend to be like the outdoorsman of a relationship, where there's ups and downs. There's all types of weather. You go through summer, winter, spring, autumn, and all different phases of your life, and they grow and adapt with you. They grow and change with you sometimes, or maybe you don't, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. It's like a long-term partnership, whether it's work, family, chosen family, or like a childhood friend. Like if you had a best friend growing up, like y'all grow, even if you're not together all the time, that's a lifelong connection typically. You'll always remember them. You might look fondly back at memories, or, maybe you'll invite them to your wedding type shit. So basically it's to say that not everyone is supposed to stay the same or stay period forever. And it doesn't make the connection any less impactful or important or a failure. That's how I interpret that saying. And there's other sayings that probably resonate better, but I should stop talking about it now and continue on with the show, right? It sticks with you, and later on you have something happen, and this reminds me of blank. Exactly. And life will teach you a lesson till you learn it. I have found in working through my life, there have been people telling me the same things, and it wasn't until I was ready to receive the lesson that I was able to move on past it. Yeah. Sometimes you don't understand how someone is and what they're going through until you go through it yourself, or, you see it from another perspective, and then suddenly you have a better understanding of someone from your past who maybe walked away, or maybe they didn't. you know, like how we grew up and we just say parents just don't understand. Well, they're saying kids don't understand. And then the kids grow up and you understand a different side of your parents sometimes. And, you know, that's how it be.
Well, though, like if I am telling you really good news, you'll react the way you react, obviously, or like thing, but I like won't. It's almost like a little bit awkward because I'm not. It's my good news, and you're the one showing it. It's strange.
Okay.
I wonder if he feels weird or uncomfortable when she's more reactive to his good news than he is. He says it's weird, but does he feel bad?
Number 9, back to the old ADHD lens. Oh dear, I've left a biggie till last. I think you might want to have words with me on this one.
Why?
Being late means you don't care. Now, I want to be crystal clear.
I feel like that ties back to other ones. Being late means you don't care. It's not true. Like I said, I could specifically set an alarm earlier than usual and still be late. Because I don't know if this is a real thing, but I heard of this saying called time blindness. And I think a lot of people with ADHD have that. So, consistent lateness is a thing that happens, and we feel bad about it. It's not something, sorry, I'm still clearing my throat because I don't know, I almost died earlier. Time blindness, I believe that's a thing where you just lack a sense of time, or like a proper sense of time. So you like you focus on solutions rather than like moral judgment. So like buffer times, alarms, honesty, like all of that shit is like tied together, where our brains distort the perception of time. So we can be motivated and time moves differently, you know? Excuse me, God, I'm so sorry, I keep clearing my throat. If we're in a hyper-focused state, time passes by so fucking fast. Like we mentioned before, we can forget our basic needs, like using the restroom, stretching, drinking, eating, socializing. If we are hyper-focused, we do not know how time moves. That's why one question that I can never answer is when people ask me what time I went to bed. I don't look at the time when I go to bed. I go to bed when my body passes out, like when my body is exhausted. I have no idea. I could like maybe remember like the last time I glanced at the clock, sort of. I'm like, well, I was awake at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I don't know when exactly I fell asleep. Like, I don't know. Because like I don't think to even look at the time like that. I don't know. Don't gaslight us, Mimi. Getting late is not caring. Being late just means you're late. Again, just like if I gave you my resume and it said I've been to jail, what's the assumption? You're assuming that I'm someone who's probably, I assume that you would assume that I am someone who's not trustworthy, or I am someone who is a criminal, or I am someone who is, you know, who does illegal things, right? The application doesn't ask how long you were there, what your crime was, and if you actually did it. They don't care. Exactly. They do not assume I'm a wonderful person. They assume I'm a wrongful person, you know? And I guess I assume it means the same with being late. Some people see the world in black and white. There's no shades of gray, nothing in between. What they say, like, if you show up early, you're on time. If you show up on time, you're late. And if you show up late, I don't know what they say. Don't bother showing up, I guess. I don't know. But some people are hell bent on time. And I'm someone who tries to show up early for things because I know they are important, but fucking life happens. And because I have time blindness, I constantly, and not just with traveling, with everything, when I have projects, I constantly undercharge for work that I do because I can't properly guesstimate how long a project is going to take me. And I'm constantly under guessing the time it's going to take me to do something. Whether or not I procrastinate, I'm constantly under, like, guessing or underestimating how long a project would take me or how long it'll take me to do one thing, get somewhere. I walked from my grandma's rehab center home thinking, oh, it only takes it takes less than 10 minutes to drive. So it should take, I don't know, 30 minutes to walk. Guess who was very fucking wrong? Guess how long it took me to get home in the hot, sweltering Florida heat? It took me over an hour to get somewhere that takes less than 5 minutes to drive. Well, it takes more than 5. It probably takes 7 or 8 minutes to drive. But it took me an hour to walk. And it was miserable, Chad. I hated it. I never did it again. But I did it. And I grossly underestimated how long it would take. It is 100% a skill issue. Is that 10 miles? 7 minutes? I don't know. But it felt like 10 damn miles. But yes, time blindness I think is real. And the long story long is just that it distorts. Our brains distort that time. I don't know any other way to explain it. I'm pretty sure I've over explained it to this point. But like, I experience shame over being late. I'm not always late for everything. Sometimes I'm right on time and sometimes I'm early, but a lot of times I'm pushing it. Like, even with Eric's morning meditations, I genuinely try to wake up on time and it doesn't fucking work most of the time. He's in there at 5:30 or 5:45 in the morning. My body clock wakes me up at 6 or 6:30. So having to wake up even 15 minutes early for whatever reason, I keep missing it and I can't explain why. So I don't know. And then even if I make it on time, I'm still tired because my brain hasn't fully woken up. So if I'm in bed meditating, I'm falling right back asleep. So I still, even if I'm there, I'm still kind of late. I still miss the sessions or a majority of the sessions. And just like if you fall asleep at the movie for whatever reason, you always wake up when the credits roll. I always wake up right on time for the end. I'm like, damn. What make it make sense? What is that? Do people's voice change at the end? Like, why am I suddenly, are people louder when it's over? Why am I suddenly waking up right when it's ended? Ugh. Element says, I hate being late. And it makes me very angry when I realize I'm doing the CPT. I feel you that, yes, 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 and yes. And it's like, I don't want to blame something inside me. I hate, but like, because it feels silly and it feels like that can't be like in my blood. And so yeah, I experience shame because it's like, damn, other people can do this thing, why can't I? Other people can show up on time, why can't fucking I? So yes, being late means you don't care. I don't think so at all. At all. Well, okay. For me personally, it doesn't track. But for other people, maybe. Some people, if they show up late, they probably don't care. However, life fucking happens, you know? Shit happens all the time. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather, okay? Outcast. It's a shame. Some of us are just inherently unlucky, where everything that can go wrong goes wrong. For example, I had jury duty for the first time, and they fine you and shit if you don't go. And I ordered an Uber an hour early, earlier than I needed to be at this place, because I was like, oh, that's more than enough time. I think the building is big and I don't know where I'm going to be. So I want to, one, to avoid traffic, two, it's a little bit far, and three, I need time to like figure out where I'm supposed to go and what I'm supposed to do. I have everything that I need. I'm ready. The first time that I'm ready on time to leave early, what happens? Oh, there's no one to pick you up. We're looking for a ride. Oh, this person is 15 minutes away. They were 15 minutes away for 30 minutes, to the point where I canceled the trip and got a new person, and it was the same thing. So I went at the back of the line. And so I ended up being ready an hour early and showing up 30 minutes late. I missed the entire orientation part, but thankfully nothing happened. I wasn't fined. I still got paid to be there. Granted, it was only $15, and I was there for like, I don't even know how many hours. So many hours. But, that time I knew it was important. I tried. I was ready an hour early and still showed up half an hour late. And that was beyond my control because I don't have a car. I had to rely on somebody else. It is what it is. Imagine hanging out with Mimi, who thinks they could handle all the energy she has.
I am not saying be late wherever you go. It doesn't matter.
And in fairness, you're pretty much never late now.
It's because I go everywhere with you.
Yeah, that's true.
No, actually.
I mean, at least in games, I handled
I'm
Mimi's
not
energy
late to
well.
therapy.
Cheers.
I was late once and it was so traumatic. I'm wondering whether the trauma of that is actually like healed. Because I now just go 2 trains early. If I'm going somewhere, I go 2 trains early. I've become one of those anxious people.
What? Yeah, but why though? Because you do. You allow time. Is that just me? Is that me drumming it into you? Like, because you weren't like that.
No, it began with therapy. Because I've lived with you for years and years and it hasn't rubbed off, unfortunately. It began when I was late to therapy by half an hour in my first new therapy appointment with a new therapist.
Yeah.
And I had a meltdown. I was crying. I couldn't speak. I was like, I've ruined it before I've even begun. I've let myself down. I've let him down. It was like a traumatic late experience.
If you don't feel guilt for showing up late, then maybe you don't care. But what if you show up late and you feel guilty and you feel bad and you're disappointed in yourself? I think you're still a caring person. Right, Leo? Yeah? Yeah? A little bit.
And I was like, in my head, I'm like, I'm never going to be late again. How do I guarantee that I'm not late? I'm going to go 2 trains
You can't.
early. And I have, for the last year and a half, gone 2 trains early every single Wednesday. And I have slowly but surely learned that 2 trains early means I'll be on time. So when I go to my sessions in London to work, I do the same thing.
And then
I'm on time.
You go to a coffee shop and stuff on the way. You like
have a little coffee.
Yeah.
I don't get there sweating and red. Like, it's amazing. But if I'm not traveling on the train, if we're leaving to go somewhere for the weekend or getting a flight, we'll see the lateness because I haven't got my system.
That's so true. Yeah.
So it's only on trains to London.
Interesting.
But it's cool. I've learned something. But the reason why being late means you don't care can do so much damage for ADHD is time blindness is real.
Time blindness.
Strange and it sounds odd. We don't have an internal sense. 5 minutes being 300 seconds is like, whoa, no way. 300 seconds sounds so quick. 5 minutes sounds like 40 minutes. We're very often caught up in our thoughts. in our dreams, in our fantasy land, hyperactive within our own minds. You're not aware of the passing of time.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody likes being late. It's horrible. It's traumatic. You hate yourself. It's so frustrating, and we never learn. So it's not to say that being on time doesn't matter. It really, really does.
We never learn.
Was a little bit running.
We never learn, chat.
Oh, she looks like drunk.
We never learn. Okay.
And often ADHDers are working overtime, thinking about it all the time, just to try and get there on time, which for so many people does just come naturally.
It is. It's a tough one, isn't it?
Wish that shit came naturally.
You know, you're not a bad person for being late. Blah 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 blah. It's not your fault. You don't do it on purpose. You're stressed. But like for me, and this is real, is like
But
if
you're a bad
meeting
person for not learning
someone,
your lesson.
if you're 20 minutes late, they've been stood there for 20 minutes. So it's not like you're not doing it to disrespect them, but also that's how they could, and sometimes rightly so, Phil, because it's like, well, I've been standing here for 20 minutes. I could have left 20 minutes late. Do you know what I mean? It's
absolutely has.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with your reactions. When you look at the wall and you're not looking in someone's eyes and you're staring deadpan, flat face, not emoting, it might be received a certain type of way, but that doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you wrong. It doesn't mean you don't care. It just means you're different.
That consequence, and it's so important not to ignore it. And it's so important to be honest about it. And it's so important to find your...
Also, if you're running late, you can call and let someone know, heads up, I might be 20 minutes late. I think if you're someone, I think that shows that you care too, by letting someone know that you're going to be late. Because even if you didn't like plan to be late and you're not purposely leaving late, or, you know, whatever happened, it is a good idea to let that person know, or the group of people, whoever, know that you're going to be arriving late. I do that a lot of times with my grandma, because we have to take, we don't take public transportation, but we, like, her insurance or whatever might cover certain types of transportation to and from doctor's appointments, but they're consistently late. We can tell them the time that we need to be there, and they do not show up in a reasonable amount of time. They show up like almost 5 or 10 minutes before we need to be at the appointment sometimes. And like, that's just life. I'm sure one of their patients before, maybe the wheelchair got stuck and it takes them a long time, or there's more traffic or whatever. Their time commitments fuck our shit up, and we end up looking bad and late. Even if it's not my fault, I try to take the time to call and be like, hey, we have an appointment at so-and-so, but we're running late, you know?
Own system of 2 trains early, because it can end relationships or friendships or job opportunities.
Yeah. Right, last one. This has been a longer one today.
Has it? I've got no concept of time.
Yeah, same. Zendon says, I did that too, Squishy. I'd go and park like 45 to 30 to 45 minutes early. Is that what you're saying? In the parking lot, and just read a book. Not only would I be early, but my boss saw me parked there. Nah, see, if I went 30 to 45 minutes early and parked and read a book, I would read the book and still be late. Like, I'd forget to stop reading the book and check the time, and I would still be late, even though I showed up early, because I got so engrossed in that book. It's the book's fault. Burn it.
Yeah, it's been a bit. Maybe that's
all right. We're finally at the last one. I knew the shit was gonna take me 4 fucking hours. Oh my god.
Last one for me is like the expectation that you would enjoy social milestones. So I'm talking about weddings.
The expectation that you would enjoy social milestones. Who? I've never heard that in my life. What the fuck does that mean? Do you mean like other people's weddings? Like, no, that shit's miserable. Listen, people Misery loves company. I don't know where the expectation comes from of enjoying something. I get celebrating for someone else, but I don't know. I don't like crowds in person typically, unless it's a concert, and even then that's iffy. But like family gatherings, I stick in my own corner a lot of times for multiple reasons. And parties, weddings, graduations, there's literally graduation tonight. I'm not going because I guess my neurodivergency. I feel too uncomfortable. I don't like dressing up. I don't like wearing shoes that are too small and squeezing just so they look nice. I don't believe in beauty is pain. And there's a whole bunch of, I guess, you know, expectations. But one of the expectations I wouldn't think is that you're expected to enjoy yourself at a social milestone. I think a lot of times they're disappointing. I think a lot of times they fall short. And again, like maybe I've got a little ADHD in me because I'm not overly, like, I don't express myself in a dramatic fashion. I'm not jumping and screaming, oh my God, it's so exciting. I never do that. I know. Like, again, if I'm playing a character in like a role play game or something, you know, if I'm playing a horror game, I might scream when I get scared or jump scared, but like, I'm not screaming and talking in baby talk when there's a new baby. Like, I'm happy for you, but I'm not jumping for joy. So big events like weddings and graduations and stuff, like, I don't think they're enjoyable. Yes, the what we're celebrating is a happy moment, but the actual act of it, graduations take forever because you're not the only one graduating, or who you're going for isn't the only one graduating. So you got to sit there around strangers with COVID in the air, you're playing a fucking waiting game that is not enjoyable. Yes, you're happy for the person who's graduating, but it is not a happy experience. Am I, is that not, am I, do people have fun at graduations? Like, even if you're graduating, you're waiting in line, dressed up in a gown, in between people, waiting for your name to be called just to walk on stage for 2 seconds, and you're probably gonna be the motherfucker that trips. After going through school for 4 fucking years, you're gonna be the one who embarrasses yourself and trips on stage. And you either do or don't have people out in the audience, like, applauding for you or screaming for you or ba 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 ba, like, really? Really? There's always going to be someone who gets a louder crowd than you. And like, and then the person's going to mispronounce your name. And then you waited, like, you studied for 4 fucking years to walk on stage for 4 fucking seconds. Nah. No one has fun at graduations. Nobody has fun at graduations, dude. I don't know who lied to you. I don't know who lied to you. That is some shit that I opt out of. And at this point, I don't care if it's rude because I'm an introvert. That shit drains my social batteries so fucking fast. Nah. Hard pass. Even weddings, because again, I'm in an uncomfortable outfit because it's like a dress. What do they call it? What do you call it when you have to, like, a special attire? Like, there's a dress code? Is that what it's, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm trying to say. There's like a special color you have to wear, or colors that you can't wear, or like you have to be a certain type of fucking formal. Some people turn into bride and groomzillas. No, weddings aren't fun either. Weddings are more fun than graduations. They can be, but they also can not be. Nah, dude. Nah. Going to family gatherings where you got the creepy drunk uncle who keeps hugging you a little too close, pressing his body against your titties. No. You could smell, you could taste the alcohol on his breath. Awkward. AF. They start asking all these weird ass questions. Nah, no, no. Not fun. Not fun. So, whatever he's about to say, I'm probably going to agree. I feel you. I don't know who the fuck said there was an expectation of having fun. Maybe at a cookout, if that. Maybe.
Or parties or birthdays or whatever. And it's like, I like being at home. I'm a homebody. But these things, these family events or big friend events or parties, something that I don't really want to go to, the expectation is that they're a universal like obligation rather than optional. And it's like, why are you telling me that this party
Wait,
is
why
not...
is she so shocked by him saying that? Why is her expression shocked like this? Am I on the autistic side? Because like, yeah, family gatherings and graduations and weddings feel like fucking obligations. Even funerals feel like obla-fucking-gations. Yes, they do.
And it's like, why are you telling me that this party is not, there's no option? Or if I don't go, I'll be seen as a certain type of, it's like, it's horrible. I don't like it.
Whoa, sorry, you've just absolutely blown my mind. Birthdays, weddings, celebrations are seen. How did you phrase it? 'Cause it was so good.
Universal obligation.
Universal like you have to do it. You don't have a choice. This is what being human means. And if you don't show up to these things and enjoy them, not the...
Okay, so she had an aha moment, not like she disagrees or is shocked by what he's... Okay.
Funerals,
I was like,
exactly.
girl, why are you reacting that way? Because like, yeah.
But, you know, show up and act in the right way, you are less human somehow.
Yeah.
Because actually it's a sort of
Hello,
neurotypical
Zaid.
ritual, all these things,
For
I
looking.
think. And actually they are optional.
Yeah.
They are optional. You don't have to go. But yes, some people might feel some type of way if you don't go. But guess what? When you get old enough, you stop caring. When you get old enough, you stop fucking caring. And when you get old enough, like, if you know enough people, right? Like, if everyone has a destination wedding, do you think you're gonna have enough money to travel to Hawaii for this one and fucking Costa Rica for that one and Japan for that one? No. So you're gonna have to pick and choose. And someone might feel like favoritism and shit, but no, like if your shit is difficult to get to and I can't afford it and you can't help accommodate me, bitch, that's optional. I will love you from a distance. I hope you Zoom your wedding and I can tune in on my second monitor. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, yes, they feel like obligations. And no, I don't think I've ever enjoyed myself at any of them. Like, as a kid, I didn't have a choice. I had to tag along with the rest of the family. Otherwise, I'd be home alone as a child. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Like, that definitely seems like a neurotypical thing. I have never dreamed about a dream wedding. I've never dreamed like what my dress is gonna look like and the type of person I'm gonna marry. I've never had that American white picket fence 2.5 children dream. I've literally never thought of it. Like, you know, I have not thought of it. And in fact, I think it's a waste of fucking money. Like, I would much rather, if I fall in love with someone and I like them, you know what I would do? What I would spend my money on? I would take them to court, get married in court, real quick, real fast, real cheap, and then spend the rest of the money on a party. And if people want to come, they can come. But no, you don't have to wear anything fancy. You don't have to be fucking uncomfortable. You don't have to buy expensive gifts. I don't want to buy like 10,000 flowers that are going to die the next fucking day and have all this shit, this special, spectacular, stupid, expensive, extravagant day for one time. Like, no, because it's like you're going to be disappointed. I don't understand bridezillas and groomzillas. I don't understand it. The only way maybe I could understand it is like because you invested so much fucking money and like shit keeps going wrong because you know, like, nah, that is a waste of money to me. I understand it's special, but you can still have a special moment for a lot cheaper. It's a lot more fun, you know. No. In fact, hold on, let's see, how much do typical weddings cost? This is what I need to know. How much do typical weddings cost? Good enough is like, I think you just described what weddings are supposed to be. Typical weddings in the US cost between $34,000 and $36,000 on average. All right. Now, what could I get? List all the things that I could get for $36,000 instead of paying for a wedding. Let's see. Let's put it into context, shall we? Let's put it into context. Here's a fun and empowering list of what you could realistically get or do with $36,000 instead of spending it on an average wedding, okay? And some people spend more than this, okay? This is just the average, all right? Some people spend less, some people spend a hell of a lot more, okay? Here's the big ticket assets. You could put a down payment on a home, on a condo, okay? You could buy a reliable car. You could buy a brand new Tesla. They start at about 35, 36,000, $37,000. You could buy a Tesla instead of a wedding, you know. You could get a fully equipped camper van and start a van life for $25,000. With the solar fucking panels on top, a bed inside, a mini kitchen, tiny little bathroom that you could fit like a toe in. Hell yeah. Freedom on wheels. All right. You could extend your world travel. You could travel for 12 to 8 months of comfortable backpacking for around $2,000 to $3,000 a month, exploring multiple countries at whatever pace that suits your fancy. 6 to 12 months of a digital nomad life, renting Airbnbs in little low-cost countries like Thailand, Portugal, Mexico. Work fucking digitally on a tablet or a laptop. Virtual. Or a couple epic trips. 2-month trip to Europe, or a 3-month plus 3 months in Southeast Asia with nice hotels and activities included. Or you could fund your personal growth, hobby, or business. You could start a small fund, a side hustle. You know how much business you could start for $36,000? Deep dive into something you're passionate about. You want to build a gaming PC? Yeah, you don't need $36,000 to build a gaming PC. You could have the whole damn setup for you and your partner. You can have a his and hers toilet with a his and hers standing desk and his and hers monitors. You know how many lotto tickets you could buy with $36,000? I feel like if you spent... Okay, hold on. If you spent $500 a week on lotto tickets from your $36,000. How many weeks could you get tickets, and how likely are you to win the lotto? Let's see. Obviously, I'm plugging it into AI, so it might not be 100% accurate, but it's just something to think about, something to pontificate on. I know, Tesla. But like, I think Teslas are about that much, so some Teslas are not bad, but most of them, I would not get myself personally. Okay. All right. $36,000, $500 a week is 72 weeks. So that's a year and change. Okay. About 16 or 17 months. Okay. So for a year, you could play the lotto and multiply your money. All right. If you did the Powerball, right, that's a 1 in 292 million chances per ticket. But if you're buying a dollar ticket, that's 500 tickets a week. Or if they're $2 tickets, that's 250 tickets per week, right? So if you're playing the Powerball at $2 a ticket, 250 tickets per week, okay? Even buying 250 tickets every week for 72 weeks, that gives you 18,000 chances to win the jackpot, okay? Now it lowers your chances significantly. Instead of 1 in every 290 something million odds, you might jump down to like, I don't know, 1 in 20,000, 1 in 10,000, maybe. So you have like, instead of a 0.000001 chance, you have a 0.06 chance of hitting the jackpot in those 72 weeks. Not guaranteed, but like, listen, if you're going to waste your money on a wedding for one day, why not waste it on lotto for 72 weeks? That's the comparison I'm trying to make. You've had worse, yeah, you've had worse odds. Or put, half of that on lotto and the other half on scratch tickets. Scratch tickets. Get the most expensive. Buy a $50 scratch ticket every day instead of 36,000 fucking dollars on a wedding. I'm sorry, my brain is breaking at the amount of wastefulness. Like, I understand you love somebody, but I don't need to profess my love. I don't need to prove my love for someone else, and I don't want someone or need someone else to do that for me. I truly don't. And like, if I were a parent, I would need to be a billionaire to comfortably spend 36 grand on my child for a wedding that they're probably going to turn around like Britney Spears and get divorced within a week. Hell no. Or they're going to fucking put it all on social media and it's going to be like a Kardashian wedding. Hell no. No. Real move would be to dump into Nvidia stocks. Yes. Imagine how much stock you could invest in with 36 grand. Hell yes. Split it with your partner. You put a little 13,000 here, 13,000 there, That's 26, 5,000 there and 5,000 there. That's kind of amazing. I mean, and do a little bit of research, invest in something that's going to be around for a while, and you're doing good. You're golden. Fuck yeah, bud. Ugh. Anyway, this has been lovely. This has been nice.
Well, they should be.
You can be fully human and a great person and a wonderful brother, friend, or whatever.
And not go to weddings.
It's so interesting because I'm now thinking we've had so many conversations about birthdays and how you don't really like birthdays, yours or mine. It's just not important to you. And I've tried to dig down and find the reason and find the trauma. It's not there. It's just, it's through the autistic lens. It doesn't mean anything to you. It's a social ritual that you don't want to partake in.
I would rather just go.
Do you think an autistic person would make a good Jehovah's Witness, because they don't fucking celebrate anything.
Somewhere nice with you. That's it. And maybe the kids. Maybe
Maybe
the dog. But like,
maybe
I
is
don't-
crazy.
Yeah, that's it.
How do you show family that you really care about them if you don't want to show up to their rituals of,
I'll do something with just them.
yeah.
But do you? Would you actually? Or are you just saying that?
Like, happy birthday, this person. I really hate parties, so I'm not coming to a birthday party, but I'd love to take you out for a meal next week.
Even that though, isn't it? Saying I hate birthday parties. I hate
You could cut that part out.
inadvertently your birthday party that
Yeah.
you've planned for fun. Like people could read that as rude. I hate
Yeah. You could say, you know, happy birthday. I'd really like to take you out next week. You don't have to mention, I hate birthdays, and yours especially. You know, like, you don't have to say that.
hear that so differently now. I'm so glad. Thanks for teaching me.
Well, no problem.
This has been
But like, if someone went and said that to you, like, would you, like, if you had something special, whatever it is, like, let's say, you know, you're really into Beauty and the Beast, and you know everything, or Cinderella, and you know everything about every instance of these certain, maybe you love Disney, right? You go to Disney, whatever, you love Disney, you know everything about Disney, Walt Disney, all the characters, all the artists, all the, whatever the fuck, everything about Disney, you know, you love, right? And then someone's like, I hate Disney, but I'm like, if someone told you that they like it, would you feel that it's necessary for someone to be like, I hate Disney to a person who loves it, or I hate birthdays to a person who's inviting you to celebrate their birthday with them? Like, if someone said it to you of something that you cared about, would you take it offensively, or would you understand like they just genuinely don't like what I like? Like, if I said, oh, thanks for inviting me to play Humanity with you, but I don't like zombies, so I'm not going to play with you, but I'd really like to talk about Disney with you next week. Like, how would you take that? Like, I'm genuinely curious how an autistic person would take that. Like, just essentially turning the tables, doing what you do. If again, I'm a match energy kind of person. So if I responded or spoke to someone in the way that they respond or speak to me, would they understand? Would they take it offensively? I'm genuinely curious. Okay, Element wouldn't be offended. You're just telling me what you're into. So if I specifically say, I hate this, and it's something that you like you don't feel like, what was the reason of telling me that you hate it? Like, that doesn't cross your mind. That's just like, oh, okay. You hate what I love. Okay. And then like you move on. It's not a big deal. It turns out the world would be a better place if we all said things like, I don't like this. I hate is a strong word choice. Context and tone is important too. But don't neurodivergent people not understand context and who is it important for? The neurotypicals or the neurodivergents? From an autistic lens, we are not offended. That's really good to hear. But from a socially anxious person and a people pleaser, it would be really difficult to say that, because like, it might be okay to say it to someone that I know that is autistic, but I couldn't say that to anyone else, because it's not received in the way that you think it is. It's just not. It's not received that way. Like, when you say, I hate this. There's nothing wrong with disliking something. There's nothing wrong with hating something. But like when you offer that information to someone who didn't ask, they receive it negatively because you're essentially saying something negative, you know? I understand that clear communication has to be clear. However, misunderstandings are guaranteed to happen. I'm telling you right now, I'm sure you've experienced it. Misunderstandings will happen with two people who communicate differently. You both might be communicating clearly in your mind, right? But the other person, like, there's going to be miscommunication. No habla inglés. That's the best. That's how you answer that. That's how you answer it. Hey, do you want to do something with me that you absolutely fucking hate and despise? Oh, hey, thanks for inviting me. I fucking hate that. So I'm probably not going to do that. But like, you're cool, you know? I don't hate you, but I hate everything that you represent. I don't know. But again, this is so interesting. I've really enjoyed this. Thank you for sitting with me for 4 freaking hours. I called it. I really genuinely tried to watch this 40-minute video in 2 hours and I couldn't do it. Again, time blindness. I can't do it. I tried. I set a timer for 50 minutes and I was like, I have to be halfway through. I don't even think I was like 15 minutes in or 10 minutes in after an hour. I try, y'all. We'll try next. Come back next week when we try to watch a 10-minute video in less than an hour. Why is it so hard for me? It's a spectrum. I don't really see a neurotypical divide, to be honest. Everyone's got issues. Okay, so like, do autistic people feel offended? Do you get offended? And what type? I'm assuming it's different answer for everyone. Like, what? I don't know. I'm not doing a 10-hour stream. This is it. This is it for sure. But I've enjoyed this. You guys are amazing. Thanks for hanging out. We did a thing. I hope we learned today. We learned a little bit about some neurodivergent issues in people. And I feel a little bit more educated. So thank you for sticking with me. Thank you for who shared it. And yeah, I don't know what y'all thought. I know I go on really long tangents, so you know, it is what it is. Hopefully it was somewhat entertaining. I don't think my voice has been very relaxing today. I've been a little hype to the point where someone thought I was drinking alcohol in chat, so that's fun. Thanks for the streaming me. Your stories were relatable to me as a human. That is so good to hear. 10 more hours? Absolutely. I would love to do that, but we're gonna have to do that another day that ends in Y. Y'all have been amazing as always. Guitar stream when? Oh, I don't know. Because, okay, this is the thing. If I do a random guitar stream, it's going to be me learning a song with you or trying a song for the first time and it's not going to be polished. But if I do like a set where I have songs that I practice and it's like actually enjoyable and listenable, then that would probably be like an hour long or something. I would love to do that. I need to work on a set list and like a way to get you guys to a way to make it easy for y'all to request songs, ideally. Take care, everyone. Gotta run to the store now that the shelter isn't in place. Being lifted for a while, and I know my family's good. Thanks for the stream. Spike, drive safe. Can you play Iron Maiden? I don't know. I will add that to my to-do list. I will listen to it. Let me go right now. Open Spotify. Iron Maiden. You know what's funny is that when you say Iron Maiden, I'm not thinking of Iron Maiden. I'm thinking of that one song. Listen to Iron Maiden, baby, with me. Totally not Iron Maiden. But I'm gonna, Iron Maiden is a whole ass artist, so let's see. I don't know if I know any other songs. Probably not, but I will listen. Tear of the Dragons, please. Listen, this is not how you request a song. Stop. Undo, rewind. We will figure that out some point in the future with time blindness guaranteed. Y'all have been amazing. Enjoy your Friday. I hope you get some more streams. I was going to raid, but I don't think I see anyone streaming. Yeah, I don't see anybody streaming, so I can't raid, but goodies. All right, y'all. Again, enjoy the rest of your Friday. I'm gonna probably get ready to visit my grandma and then do some stuff around the house. And later tonight, if everybody's cool, like we can play some. I was gonna say V. Actually, I think there is a V Rising game night tonight, maybe. So that or Humanity. Listen, it's all about vampires and zombies. So, all right, bonk you later, chat.